Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We're here back with a game that we kicked off not that long ago with our setup. We're going to be running the Fiasco system this evening with a clue-themed game. I'm really excited to be doing this. This is the first time that I have run Fiasco here on the channel, but it's been a game that I have enjoyed playing a few times over the years, and I love it. It's a beautiful mess, just like this collection of people that I have managed to gather. Characters that we have collected. These are all wonderful people that I've had the opportunity to play with on multiple occasions in every case, and it's always been wonderful. So I'm very excited to have this crew together to play this particular game because I think it's going to fit like a glove. So, before we get things started, I am going to go ahead and issue the same warning that I issue at the beginning of every single one of my games, and that is if foul language and mature subject matter are problems for you, then I don't know where you took a wrong turn, but it has landed you here, and you should turn around. But if those things don't bother you, then stick around. We're sure to push that limit. We're going to test that for you. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, tell you where you may be able to find them on the internet, and then I think we're going to get started. So we're going to start just to my left here with Jake.
Internet, it's Jake from Mini Terrain Domain, and that's where you can find me when I'm not here. I am over on twitch.tv/Mini Terrain Domain. Or on youtube.com/Mini Terrain Domain, where we run all kinds of RPG. We run D&D, Pathfinder, Call of Cthulhu, Kids on Bikes. You can see some of us, 3 or 4 of us, on several of those shows, several days a week. Yeah, that's where you can find me.
Perfect. And don't you have something kind of special coming up sometime soon? Do you want to talk
if you
about
would
that,
like,
or?
if you would allow me to plug that, I'll do a quick plug on that. It is currently, just for the VOD folks, it is currently September 8th, 2023, September 30th, 2023 at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern on twitch.tv/Mini Terrain Domain. Please join us for Todd Stashwick's Nerd Circus presents The Legend of Eleonora, The Light of the Child, a D&D celebrity charity one-shot featuring the incredible talents of Todd Stashwick as the DM, players Matthew Lillard, Mika Burton, Tawny Newsom, and Jack Quaid. And there are 2 seats that are available. If you head over to Todd Stashwick's Twitter, there'll be a link in there. Those 2 seats are up for auction right now. It is a charity auction benefiting the Pavlov Foundation, which is a foundation that is dedicated to all things to do with curing and eradicating childhood cancer. September is National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. The seats aren't cheap because it is for charity. They are currently going for about $3,500 a piece, I think. And with a week to go, we're expecting that to go even higher. But those, with the exception of Matthew Lillard, everybody in the cast is a Star Trek cast member. They're all part of a space family. They're all amazing D&D players. And Tawny Newsom is new to the hobby. And we will be producing that over on MTD. So I hope to see you there.
Yeah, man, that is it's an absolutely incredible opportunity, and I'm really stoked to see you with your fingers in that pie, man. That's stellar, and I know it's going to be exciting to watch, so I will definitely be there. All right, next. And speaking of exciting to watch, Cari, you're up
Oh my
next.
God. Thank you. You never know what I'm going to get. I'm Cari. You can also find me on Main Terrain Domain. As Jake mentioned, I'm on Thursday nights on Kids on Bikes. I'm on Monday nights on Scribes and Scrolls. On select Wednesday nights, I'm on Mythos Investigators. On other select Wednesday nights, I'm on another channel called Emporium for the Wayward Gamer with our good friend Jay, playing some Pathfinder over there as well. And sometimes you can find me on Thursday nights on another channel called Dice Tales. That is me and my people that I've met in real life, friends. And not that you guys aren't my friends, but God bless. We have not yet met in real life. And so yeah, that's me. I'm everywhere, baby. I'm like the wind. And I'm really looking forward to tonight. This is gonna be a beautiful mess.
Yeah, absolutely.
A fiasco, if you will.
It is an aptly named game, without a doubt. Very excited to have you back on the channel as always, Cari.
Thank you.
Yeah, I get the chance to play with you on a weekly basis, but this is only like the third game that I've run, second
game
I've run for you, something like that. Actually, I'm not running this game. What the hell am I talking about? Who knows?
Nobody's running this game.
It's called the director's chair, kiddo. Get it.
There's no one behind this driver's wheel. Yeah, speaking of nobody behind the wheel, I don't know. Sara, you're up next.
Yes.
You are not wrong. I guess I will be weird and plug my own Twitch channel tonight.
Nice.
I have started streaming Call of Cthulhu, Masks of Nyarlathotep campaign. We're starting with the Edge of Darkness because the players are still pretty new to Call of Cthulhu. So it should be funsies. It'll be like a little prequel. I'm also on twitch.tv/AesirSyn on Sundays. I will do that for you. I play in her hijinks campaign on Sunday mornings. I play Ray Moria Dearney, who is a Furbolg Circle of the Wildfire druid, and she's actually going to try and talk a dragon into leaving and trying to talk the rest of the party into not killing said dragon because her unicorn horn bow told her that this thing should live even though it's evil. Other than that, you can find me on this channel quite a bit as well, especially lately, and I absolutely love it. I love it here. You can find me on Jake's channel on Mini Terrain Domain, where I am on the every other Tuesday game, Sky Metal Iron Gods, which ended absolutely horribly this week, but we'll have fun. We'll have funsies. This is fine as everything's on fire.
Give me
literally
a T.
the meme.
Give me a P. Give me a K.
Hey.
What's that spell? Tipica.
Tipica.
It's a Michigan thing.
About it. It is. I am very excited to be here. I am excited to be with everybody tonight. I love all you guys. We're all friends. I am excited.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm super stoked. This is a game that I've really liked. Like I said, for years now. I played it the very first time at the first AdCon with some wonderful people. And I've only had the chance to play it like two or three times since then. And I know that this is going to be a good group of players for this game. So, because all of us tend to like torturing our own characters. So, and this game's perfect for that. So, speaking of enjoying self-torture, Chad.
The self-made masochist. Yes. Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Chad. I'm on numerous channels within the AbTab world, but primarily over on MTD on Thursdays. And then I will be participating in a campaign here shortly. In fact, you can see us on this Tuesday, correct? For our session 0.
Yes.
Here.
This Tuesday. Session 0.
This Tuesday, session 0 for on our Erasmus. On Erasmus for our new Caldera campaign, which is going to be starting very shortly. So I'm very excited about that. And I love everyone in this group. I'm very excited to play in this game. Jeremy is the first person who ever introduced me to Fiasco, and since then I have absorbed it like water. So I love this game. I'm very excited for this game. All of you guys are amazing players, and I've played with all of you at least once, if not more. Yeah, let's do this. I'm very excited to just get in here and watch my character slowly devolve into madness. So
I think that's what we're all here for, to watch your character slowly devolve into madness. No.
Like you do.
Yeah, bro. You know I love you. Always glad to have you on the channel, Chad. All of you are fantastic people to play with, but yeah, this is a dream team without a doubt. I'm really happy to watch this all go up in flames. So speaking of happy and flaming, Austin.
Okay. Yeah.
They're reaches, bro.
Sometimes
yes,
they are. Sometimes
Yes.
they're reaches, and sometimes you reach right around. So I'm Austin. I don't have any social medias to promote or whatnot, but I am excited to be in this game of Fiasco, playing a real odd duck for his time period, and some sort of special forces mistaken hitman. Not a hitman. I'm an art dealer or something like that. I'm a contractor. We don't need to worry about the specifics. Don't ask questions. Anyway, I'm real excited to dive into this. This is a great group of players, and it's always super fun to get to play with any of you. So I'm super excited to see what sort of hilarious disaster this turns into. Fiasco really facilitates that. So, I think these players also facilitate hilarious disasters based on what happens when we're not playing Fiasco, but are playing any other game. So,
or even doing segues, apparently.
I got a nice one. You guys can be gross.
Yeah, man. Always a pleasure to have you, Austin. So thank you for agreeing to hop in here and play in this sandbox. All right. So I think that covers all of the business. So the way that Fiasco works, at least in Act 1, is we will once again start with the player who grew up in the smallest town, who will have the first scene, who I believe was Austin?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Okay.
We established he had no street lights and one blinker.
Okay, perfect. So we'll start with Austin, and then probably just go clockwise, just, ease of being in North America. So you'll have the first scene, Austin, and then we'll just go in order, everybody having 2 scenes. So you'll do one, and then I'll do one, and we'll come back around to you. You'll do your second, and then we'll do a second round, and then Act 1 will be finished. While we're going through these, keep these following things in mind. The player character should be in the spotlight for that particular scene. You only do get 2 scenes per act, so you want to make them count. Try to rely on the things that were established during the setup wherever possible, and avoid introducing too many major story devices outside of that if you can. And then as your scene concludes, you're going to determine, the outcome of the scene will be determined. If the outcome is positive for your character, you're going to get a white die. If the outcome is negative, you will get a black die. Now, in Act 1, you're going to give that die to another player. And for it has nothing to do with the narrative necessarily, and everything to do with the mechanics once you receive it. So for every scene, the current player is going to choose whether you want to establish the scene or resolve the scene. If you choose to establish the scene, then you get to decide things like where it takes place, who else is present, when it takes place, if it involves any of the story devices that we have, like the needs, locations, and objects that we have established. And if you choose to establish, then the rest of us will collectively decide how to resolve the scene, whether it's positive or negative for your character. Now, if you choose to resolve, things are flipped. We collectively decide how the scene is going to be established, and then you get to choose how the scene is resolved for your character, positive or negative. Make sense? Okay.
Love it.
After Act 1 is finished, if you have more, having more of one color gives you a better chance of success whenever the tilt happens. Same for Act 2, but we'll get to that next time. So when we finish, when we get to the tilt, you're going to roll your dice, and you're going to take the difference between the two. So if you have more of one color, then you'll have a bigger difference, which means that you get a better outcome, typically. So you want to try to kind of aim for mostly positive or mostly negative, if you can. But, okay, so I think that's all that we need to touch on before we get started. Does anybody have any pressing questions?
I reserve the right to ask questions later.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I insist.
If it's your scene and you are choosing to resolve, do you pick up top which resolution you would like, or do you choose that as the scene becomes clear how it's going for your character?
Yeah, as it becomes clear. Yeah, it's
Okay.
not something you have to establish ahead of time.
Okay.
And yeah, and the game kind of encourages you to, once you realize how something is going in a scene, to kind of make your choice then, and then finish the scene out appropriately. So. All right. Cool. So, with that being said, Mr. Emerson Caldwell, it is your scene first. Would you like to establish or resolve?
I think I will establish.
Okay.
I'm going to go with kind of a classic opening of Emerson arriving at this New Year's party and seeing Gilroy across the room, but realizing he will have to, for politeness' sake, say hello to Sydney on the way. Like she is in the way of him getting to Gilroy, but he knows, like, the hostess, you have to greet the hostess if you're going to, like, pass by them. So it will be like, I think that will be the setting of, like, I kind of at the entrance of this this grand apartment that I'm assuming they have, that is high up on the, whatever floor of this Chicago high rise. So like the elevator doors open, and Emerson walks out and sees, like, there's probably quite a crowd here. There's at least, there's not just the six of us. It's at least like another, 30, 40, 50 people or something, and people are probably still showing
brass
up.
Band? Is there like a little 4-piece brass band?
Oh yeah, absolutely, right?
Hell
Okay,
yes.
okay. I'm sorry. Continue. Yes. Oh my God. Cigarette smoke hanging in the air.
Yeah, and it's like there's like a woman who's like almost whispering into a microphone, like you can't understand what she's saying. And like yeah, there's smoke rolling through. He'll like walk in and just immediately do the thing where he like takes a martini off of the tray of the guy walking by, one of the waiters. Oh, Sydney, thank you so much for having me. It's lovely. It's a lovely engagement. I love what you've done with all of this. And he's just like, you can see that, like, just seething rage in his eyes that he's like trying to hold down.
Yeah, Sydney would very much greet him, just very happily, having a cigarette in her hand and looking around as he gestures. Oh, come. You're too kind to me, my dear. Now, Go enjoy yourself. I have people to see.
Oh, I'm sure you do. I'm enjoying myself already. Thank you. And he'll kind of like nod his head politely and head off towards Gilroy. Like, oh, Gilroy, I knew you'd probably be here, but it's nice to see you anyway.
Yeah, you see that Gil like gets kind of choked up, I think, in a moment hearing your voice. He's probably talking to someone else in the party. Emerson, hi. One moment, would you? Thank you. He kind of like moves you off to actually probably out toward the balcony of the apartment. And like, what are you doing here? What are you doing here?
Are you surprised to see me? I
mean,
thought I was invited.
I heard you were invited. Yes. I just didn't expect you to show. It's fine. It's fine, honey. I'm happy that you're here. Don't.
Do you want me to leave?
No.
Would you like me to leave?
No, I don't want you to leave. Okay, I don't want you to leave. Don't. But tonight is a big night for Sydney. You know
that. Yes, they're all big nights for Sydney.
Okay, don't give me that tone. I can already see it in your face.
It's just sometimes I just want to blow the whole thing up. I wish you'd understand. I wish you'd understand what it was like to just live your life. You could do it. She could be out of the way, and
I could. Yeah, I could. You're right. I could. You know what that does to you? Do you know what that does to me? Do you know what they do? If I say that, you, sir, you lose your pension. You lose everything that you would get from the army. You lose everything. Don't you?
I built a career for myself after.
I know that, but honey, I don't want to do that to you.
I don't care about that. I thought I've made that perfectly clear. I'd rather not hide. Would be worth the pension, be worth whatever public ridicule. But no, I understand. I completely understand. You've got a reputation to protect, and Sydney's reputation, Sydney's precious reputation.
What do you want from me, Em? What do you want from me? What do you want me to say?
I just want you to be yourself, finally. But I get it. That's too much to ask right now. There are things and people that are holding you back for that.
I wish I could give you an answer. I wish I could. And you know that I want that more than anything. I do. I've put too many things in place now that I'm scared, Em. I'm scared. You understand that?
I do. Maybe we should go back inside. I don't want it to be suspicious if we're out here too long.
Why?
And Emerson will just like turn to the door and just walk out.
He grabs your hand before you get to the door. But explain to me why you're here.
It's a long story. We'll catch up.
He like looks at you longingly and then meet me later. Okay? Either out here or somewhere in the apartment. Meet me later. We'll talk.
Okay.
Okay. He kind of clenches your hand a little bit, and then they go separate ways into the party.
All right. So that sounds like scene's end to me. What are the other 5 of us thinking? Was that positive or negative for Emerson?
I think it was negative for Emerson. He didn't get really what he wanted, which is
Yeah.
to just have Gilroy be himself
Mhm.
and or run away with him or any of that. He was like trying to convince him and didn't, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can agree with that.
I agree with that.
Okay, cool. So, we are going to give a black die to Austin.
The black spot.
Okay.
And then I have to give that. Do I have to give that to
Oh
someone?
yeah, true. Yeah, you have to give that to someone else.
I will start by giving that to Chad.
That's what you get for not running away with me, batch.
You had
Maybe
an
it'll be a good
opportunity.
thing.
You
Maybe
had an
it'll be a
opportunity. You chose wrong. Bye.
You have chosen poorly. Bye.
All right. Cool. So we have that where Nat needs to go. So it is my turn next. I'm gonna toss it the other direction. I want to resolve. So I'm gonna pitch establishing to the 5 of you.
Can we know who is probably the other character you would like in this, or is that for us to choose as well?
Technically, it's for y'all to choose. I'm good with pretty much whatever. It feels like the stuff with Emerson, between Emerson and I, might develop later, but that's just a...
I was leaning towards you and Jake's character, Harold.
Yeah, I was. That was the first connection that I was interested in seeing, is how you and Harold are intertwined, and then the flip side of that would be the Emerson and Oliver sort of vibe.
Okay, so I'm cool with that. Scene with Harold. Where are we at? What's going on?
I think you guys are talking about why you have these plane tickets. Seems like you guys are in cahoots somehow. I would like to know more.
Okay.
Are we already at the party, or are we somewhere where we haven't arrived yet?
Maybe you're arriving to the party.
I was about to say, maybe you guys are walking in together.
I would
mind meld.
Would not Nancy and Harold have arrived together to keep up appearances?
Ooh.
I guess we probably would have, but I might just hustle into the party and leave you to your
say hustle into the party to see your sister.
Of course.
So, I was going to pitch something, and then when we added me to the scene, I'll pitch the variation of this. The classic, we're at this big New Year's party, but we're not in the main room. We're in a bedroom or a den, having this hushed conversation, or having this conversation on the other side of a closed door, away from the party.
A good idea.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to throw one detail in there just because I can't help myself. I think wherever we are, there's a Christmas tree in the corner. Like the room is lit like just by the Christmas tree. It's only a week later. So okay. So we're like maybe like in a study or something. A lot of like
the 4-piece band just moved on to Santa Baby.
Nice.
Still can't understand a word, but it sounds okay.
It's still whispery.
Just ambient anyway.
Okay. All right, so I think Oliver is standing at the window. I imagine these like very heavy curtains. and they're pulled slightly open, and he's kind of standing, staring out at New York. Did we decide it was Chicago, staring out at the streets and city lights of Chicago, down below, smoking a cigarette. When he looks and he sees Harold entering the room, he takes a long drag on his cigarette. I didn't hear you come in.
I don't say anything at first. All you hear is the sound of my hard-soled shoes as I walk across the room, and you can hear the faint clinking of ice in a pair of glasses as I walk up to you and hand you a tumbler with 2 fingers of whiskey in over ice. And when I hand you the whiskey, I take the cigarette out of your hand. You're the one that called this meeting, Oliver. I don't want to be away from the party for too long. It's going to look suspicious. What's up?
This is the last one, right? This is the absolute last time.
Don't tell me you're getting cold feet again.
This is different. This is different, Decker. Nancy knows what's going on, and if she goes to the police or the government, we're going to be put away for a really, really long time.
Listen, Nancy's got a big mouth. She says a lot of things, but she's got no follow through. I don't think she's got the stones to do anything, all right? But I've been keeping an eye on her best I can. We'll get this taken care of. We get the heck out of Dodge, and we got nothing to worry about. It's smooth sailing from here on out. Like you said, it's the last job.
Did you get the plane tickets already? He pulls out another cigarette and lights it immediately.
I got the plane tickets. I kind of pat my this is a fancy party, so I'm probably wearing a tux. I pat my tux jacket. I got the tickets safe and sound. You got nothing to worry about.
And the buyer, is the buyer here already?
I haven't seen him yet. Keeping an eye out.
Listen, they expect for you to be here. With Sydney being your sister-in-law and all, but there's no real reason for me to be here, Decker. What am I supposed to tell people if they ask me?
How many people do you see out there? How many people do you see out there? There's what, 40, 50 people?
Yeah.
Half of them are already sloshed. As the night goes on, they're going to be 3-4 sheets to the wind by the time the clock strikes 12 and people are ringing in the new year. Nobody is going to notice that you're here or that you don't belong here. Who's to say you don't belong here? You're a friend of mine, you're an associate, and you're an old army buddy. You mentioned the war, nobody's going to question that. I'll tell them you saved my life.
He visibly relaxes. You're right. Thanks, Cap. He kind of takes another drag.
You doing all right?
Yeah, this and what we're doing, it's never set quite right with me, Yeah, we've talked about it, but now that it's possible that it might come out, I don't know. Got a bad feeling, like a stone you've dropped into my stomach. I just can't shake it.
We've been in pretty tight situations, you and I. We spent a long time over in the Pacific Theater. We've seen some stuff. To be perfectly honest, I don't think our army pension's covered for half of the stuff that we've done. All this, it's payback. Uncle Sam owes us. Uncle Sam owes us what he was never going to pay us. The people that we took this stuff from, long dead. The stuff would just be sitting in some dusty back room somewhere, or be sitting on a museum wall where people are paying a few pounds sterling to go stare at them for a few minutes and then forget about them. No, we're doing a good thing. We're making sure these things get out into the world and that people appreciate them. Are going to have them where they will admire them for a long time and for a heck of a lot more than a few pounds. More like a few tons, am I right?
Yeah. And plus, the Nazis, they were just burning things, you know? So we rescued them is what we did, really.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's almost done, Oliver. Just hold it together. A few more hours. By the time morning comes, we're on our way out of here, man.
He takes a last drag on the cigarette and puts it out in an ashtray nearby, and then he raises the glass that was given to him by Harold. To Art.
To Art. Drink up. And I take the empty glass from you and I hand you the second glass that I have not drank from.
He finishes and then looks, takes the proffered second glass and doesn't even think about it. Just downs it again.
And then I just set the glasses over on like a mantle or something, and just kind of clap my hand on your shoulder and give you just that little, I give you a firm squeeze sort of on the neck and shoulder, that sort of reassuring, but it's maybe just a little too tight.
Mm-hmm.
Just hold it together for a few more hours.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
All right.
I agree. Austin, I share what you put in the chat. I think it's accurate, and it's your idea, so I don't want to take credit.
Mm-hmm.
Credit, man. This is a team effort. Okay, so does anybody disagree? Not want to give him a good resolution? No, wait. He
So,
resolved. You resolved.
technically,
That's right.
yes.
I'm sorry. You resolved.
No,
Yeah.
you are
So you
good.
I
get to
totally
decide.
forgot. I totally forgot.
I do,
Me
yeah.
too. I got
established
lost.
However,
that.
Yeah.
I know.
I got lost in the scene.
I thought you established
Yeah.
that one for some reason,
No.
and then I immediately remembered. Yep.
However, I am in complete agreement with you. I think, although it wasn't super clear, I think that was ultimately a good resolution for him because it kind of assuaged some of his nerves, even just a little bit. So, yeah. I'm going to take the white die and I'm going to give it... I'm going to give it to Sara, actually.
Thanks for hosting the party,
Yeah.
Sara.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
thanks. Okay, so that means that Jacob, it is your turn. Do you wish to establish or to resolve?
I'm going to establish. Yeah, I think I'll establish the scene. So I should probably do that now, huh?
I mean, if you'd like a proper invitation, we can work on
let
that.
me ask, as part of the establishing of this scene, let me ask Nancy.
Yeah.
Since we arrived at the party, we're already at the party.
Yeah.
And we came in and we presumably greeted your sister, the host.
Of course.
And then I quickly disappeared.
Yeah. I'd say
where would I find you?
I think you would pretty quickly find me coming out of the powder room.
Perfect. in expectation of that, and it perfectly following this previous scene, as we walk out of the room, Oliver and my whole demeanor suddenly changes to where a big smile is plastered across my face, a hearty laugh as I clap you on the shoulder. All right, Oliver, Happy New Year, brother. I'll catch back up with you later. And I quickly walk away from you.
Really quick, do I see this happen? I have to ask.
Well, you haven't come out of the powder room yet.
I haven't come out yet. Okay, that's what I was just asking. Just making sure.
So I'm walking across the room. A new tune from the brass quartet and the breathy singer. I don't know what they're singing. I don't know enough about the music, but I don't think anybody knows what she's singing.
Jazz.
Yeah, it's just jazz.
Jazz.
As I'm walking across the room, I'm scanning the crowd, and I'm sort of making my way, working through. There's little groups of people that are having conversations. You see that sort of picture this classic 50s wide shot of the party, and it's just me moving through it, going up to a group of two people, interrupting their conversation to shake a hand and give a smile to the woman, and then quickly moving on to somebody else and making some kind of like finger guns at them, and another boisterous laugh as I'm clearly trying to establish myself throughout this party. But I'm also scanning, looking for Nancy. And not finding her, I make a presumption, and seeing one of the waiters come by, I grab a whiskey, and I grab a flute of champagne off from the tray. And as Nancy comes out of the room, the powder room, Nancy, you see me standing there holding two drinks in my hand.
Mm-hmm. On her way over to you, so you see Nancy leave the powder room, and almost comically, a plume of smoke is released when the door is open to the powder room. And you see her making her way over to you, but she is definitely like taking her sweet time. And she is very much doing what you seem to be doing, which was kind of working the room. And she's like waving to people. And she even gets like almost a little too handsy with a couple of the gentlemen that are at the party, knowing you're watching. And she continues to very slowly make her way over to you. And when she finally gets there, you can definitely smell that she's been smoking the reefer. And she would really get up close to you and be like, I see you got me a whiskey, darling. You know me quite well, I suppose.
A little, yes.
Unless they're both for you, as is your custom.
I got you the whiskey because, as you said, I know you.
Hmm.
And I kind of, as I say that, I just give that kind of a... So, I figure we should make at least a couple rounds, you and I, together. We don't want to be seen not together too much here. Give people the wrong idea, right, dear?
Of course not, darling. But if we are going to make the rounds, I absolutely insist that we talk to your friend Oliver. I love talking to Oliver.
I would,
and I give you a very knowing, almost predatory look.
I think my smile falters for a moment. The facade drops, and you see like a dark storm cloud threatening a sunny day. You see anger flash across my face.
And as it does, you see satisfaction.
And then very quickly, I tip the flute of champagne back, downing it in one, placing it on a tray of a passing waiter while grabbing another champagne, and the smile is back on my face. We can absolutely talk with Oliver. We'll have to see where he's at. I don't think I've seen him for a little while. He's probably somewhere sulking in a corner.
And there is a genuine kind of smile when you say that, because Nancy knows Oliver very well too. And she would just smile and shrug, and she would put a hand on your chest, and she would kind of like almost thoughtfully kind of, again, genuinely say, yes, I suppose we should put on a good show. And she runs her hands inside your jacket where you have that plane ticket. And she kind of gives your chest a tap right in that spot. And
when you do that,
yeah,
us, under the pretense of placing my hand over your hand in the way a husband might place his hand over his wife's hand, I trap your hand there between my chest and the plane ticket, and it's not a loving grasp. It may look like it on the outside, but I'm pressing your fingers a little too tightly. You don't want to overdo it with the appearances. You don't want people think, you don't want to give, you're not that great of an actress, is what I'm saying.
Not that great of an actress. Well, I suppose I will try not to overdo it in loving you, my darling husband. Let's work the room, as they say. The music is nice, the drinks are cold, and the jazz is hot.
And as you say that, I with my other hand, well, no, I have a flute. I take your hand out, I kind of release it, and I take your hand and I sort of lead you, almost spinning you as you say this, lead you in to a twirl to also lead across the room as we head to wherever we're heading within this party.
Incredible.
All right, that sounds like scene's end. Yeah, absolutely. What is everybody thinking?
Black die.
Black die, bitches.
Did not go well.
I think I would have to agree.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it wasn't intentional, but something that I think came through in that scene was that Nancy's demeanor, the calm, cool, collected Harold that we saw kind of taking charge of the situation with Oliver, Nancy can shake that foundation. I found myself struggling to respond as quickly because I feel like Nancy is very unpredictable. And I think that's probably a staple of their relationship. So absolutely, I came out on the bottom on that. I would agree. And not in a good way.
Not in a fun way. Not in the fun way.
Yeah, not in the fun way.
All right. So,
amazing.
Jake, who do you want to give this black die to?
So black dice are bad?
Not necessarily.
Or just for me, and it's just in determining the...
Whenever we go to roll the tilt, you'll roll your white dice and your black dice, and you'll subtract the smallest amount from the largest amount. So you want them to be as drastically different as you can get.
Now, isn't that just for the tilt? And at the end, it's actually better to go strongly in one direction or the other?
It is better to go strongly, but you still want a big difference. The closer you are to 0, the worse it is for your character.
So all I need to know... All I need to know in terms of awarding this die or cursing this die is there a strategy in this, or is it just arbitrary?
It can be. It's kind of early at this point. So like as far as strategy, giving it to Chad would increase his possibilities for a good outcome. Giving it to Sara would increase her chances of a bad outcome.
Oh.
I'm going to I think I'm going to give it to Cari.
Okay.
Because fuck you, that's why.
You said it, not me.
That is perfectly acceptable.
Also, I didn't intend to lean so heavily into Chicago, but apparently I'm a Chicago.
Oh, listen here. We're all from Chicago there. It's the hub of the world.
Bears.
Incredible.
Bears.
This is great. These actually have been relatively short scenes. When I've played this before,
oh yeah,
a lot of these scenes have gone for like 5 or 6 hours of game time. So this is incredible. This is a very
we're children of Netflix. Our attention spans are decidedly short.
Fair.
I feel like
punchy.
I feel like the second scenes are probably going to be longer.
Oh yeah,
I think so.
Yeah,
too.
once we get to Act
this
2,
is just the
sure.
establishment.
Oh, but also the
what a tangled web we weave.
Sure.
Second round is the longer one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, Cari, you're up next. Do you want to establish or resolve?
Okay. I guess I am going to, feels a little more chaotic to establish. So I want to establish. Okay. And of course, I think Nancy wants to talk to her sister in this working of the room, and she's bringing Harold with her, whether he wants to go or not. I think we're still keeping up appearances, as they say. And so, yeah, I guess, is it okay that it's Harold and Sydney and Nancy in the scene?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, you can add as many characters
as you want. I know we've been kind of doing the literal dialogue for up until now.
But you can even like establish that there are non-us NPCs that one of us can portray.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like, oh yeah, and also X person who's
right. Yeah, the mayor of Chicago or whatever.
That's good. I never even thought of that.
You can't.
Yeah. Also, Capone is here.
Another character
Capone, bitches.
And Santa.
Like at some point, we might need to meet Jake
Al
and Jeremy's
Capone
buyer.
as Santa.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, the buyer.
Yeah.
It's totally off topic, but fucking, it's my favorite part of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade when they're like introducing Kelly Clarkson, the Muppets, and it's like just random fucking.
Yeah,
that's like fantastic. That's who's at this party.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
And Keith.
So
Richards.
We are, meeting up with my sister. So
who all is there?
Yes.
You?
So I am walking with Harold. And we are kind of, again, Harold and I are working our way through this party pretty like slowly. We're greeting people and making, keeping up appearances. And once in a while, Nancy will like pinch the back of Harold's elbow. And it is very contentious, but never outwardly. And so we are making our way around. I think Nancy, because she's high, is kind of taking her time with the liquor because she knows what happens when it mixes, which for her is not good. So she is like really nursing this one glass of whiskey that Harold gave her. And then she finally happens upon Sydney, which notably, she did not greet Sydney on the way in the door. Sydney was talking to someone, so it's like socially acceptable that she skipped her and went straight to the powder room. So now she's making her way back around, and she would really flamboyantly, Sydney, darling sister, and she would run up and like hug you, just say, it's a wonderful party, darling. That band is really something.
I think Sydney would probably be just ending a conversation with someone, and you'd probably see her waving them goodbye, and she hears you and she turns, and it's probably as her body is turning that you come up and you hug her. And the hug that you get from her, I like to think is far more genuine than the one that you actually give her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Nancy, it's so great to see you. I'm so glad you were able to make it. I do hope you're truly enjoying yourself. And you actually, when she says that and she's able to take a step back, you actually see her take a very large step back and her nose wrinkles a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I see you've been enjoying the powder room, and
I have been enjoying myself.
Good,
as you intended. It's a wonderful party. Harold and I are having the time of our lives, aren't we, Harold?
Sydney, it is wonderful to see you, and you could not have assembled a finer collection of Chicago elite in your penthouse. I am honored to be here.
Oh, I'm sure I could have, but I'd rather this to be a little bit smaller, I suppose. And I just imagine that when she sees Harold, her face probably flushes a little bit because there's still that girlish little thing happening. And she goes,
Nancy would smile quick and she'd be like, "He's honored to be at your party, sister. You should take that as a very large compliment."
Oh, I believe I shall. So, there's plenty to eat, plenty to drink. I have some new photographs up that I've recently taken.
I imagine that Nancy is too under the influence to maybe notice the very subtle little thing that's happening between Harold and Sydney. And she'd be like, "Of course, your photographs, sister. I have to go take a look at them. What are they of, so I can know what to look for?"
Oh, I actually took some recent photos of the city, different places here in Chicago. Just some of the old architecture, things of that sort.
I will always hold a place in my heart for Chicago. It's the thrumming heartbeat of the country, I say.
Exactly.
The railroad hub and all.
Mm-hmm.
Harold, don't you think Chicago is the thrumming heartbeat of the country?
Chicago, as you always say, is the thrumming heartbeat of the country, what with its railroads and all. Sydney, I hadn't realized you had taken up photography. I'd really be quite interested to see how you've managed to capture some of the amazing architecture of this city.
Don't listen to him. I've told him all about your photography, sister. Haven't I, Harold? I give you a knowing look. She has absolutely not told you about her sister's photography. Do this for me,
you just see this very confused look. Like she's like, but it's like she looks between Nancy and Harold. Like yes, I can take you to them if you'd like.
I think at that point you see Gil come behind you, Sydney, and just hand you a drink.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Yeah. You're
Gilroy,
welcome.
darling. And
Nancy.
I would go up and I would like kiss you on either cheek. I have a feeling, and please tell me if this is unacceptable. Does Nancy have maybe an idea that Gilroy might be gay?
Oh, I'm 100% sure she holds that over his head every day. Like I think the intention is she knows, but
she knows.
He also knows your intentions and why you did the thing that you did. So he's like, we have a reasoning. We share a bond of hatred with each other, and
perfect.
It is.
I was gonna say, because even Sydney is like, it's a lavender marriage, so she knows there's like nothing there between the two of them.
Right.
And she's just doing this for appearances, and she's just she just watches the interaction between Nancy and Gilroy, and eventually Gilroy, you're gonna feel her hand just kind of span out across your upper back, and she'll very gently just kind of rub your back as if sensing your tension. They haven't gotten to see the photos yet, dear.
They haven't.
No.
Harold, you are missing out, my friend.
Yes, Gilroy. Sydney was about to show us the photographs. I think in sort of in the times, while not necessarily showing any direct outward distaste, I think Harold is very stoic and all business in your presence. Maybe I don't know if Harold knows, but there's something about you that makes him almost act more masculine.
Harold
puffs up a little bit.
Please, Harold, just relax, enjoy yourself. This is a night of fun and frivolity. We're supposed to enjoy the new year.
Yes, Harold, I agree with Gil.
Yes.
It's important to relax and bring in the new year with
He looks at
family
you like,
and friends.
you agree with me?
100%. 100%
Yeah.
in this instance.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to need something
If only to
stronger than
emasculate her
champagne.
husband.
You feel Gilroy as Sydney uses her free hand to kind of pat your chest, and it's almost as if she's kind of like very gently hugging you or holding you in a sense. She goes, "Here, dear, I will take Harold to go see the photographs, and you and Nancy can have a chat. It's perfectly fine. Are you okay with that?"
I'm gonna be perfectly fine, don't worry. And he gives you just like the subtlest kiss on the cheek. Right?
Did you hear him, Harold?
Yeah.
Don't worry, he says. What am I going to do to pull Gilroy? Of course, on New Year's Eve of all nights, when we are ringing in the new year with family and very good friends.
Very good friends indeed.
I give a nod to Sydney. Yes, I would like to see your paintings. And Gilroy, or your portraits. Gilroy, be careful. This kitty's got claws.
Harold,
you flatter me, my dear. And she would lean in and she would actually like give you a kiss. And she would bite your bottom lip on the way back. Not enough for anybody to notice, but enough to just kind of like just a reminder. Have fun looking at the portraits.
As you pull apart, I just give you a half. I think it would be half intending to be a punctuation to his comment to Gilroy, and half maybe just a brief flare of the once upon a time chemistry between them as you pull apart, and I just kind of my lip and I just go.
And I imagine we go our separate ways, and that's probably the scene.
All right.
Well done, everybody. Thank you all for taking part.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. No,
y'all are awesome.
Off in the chat, people who are watching, there's like, I would like to be in this scene. Do you think that's okay? I'm like, fuck yeah, everybody.
Let's do this.
I also feel like if Austin wasn't in this game, based on the side chat, I feel like Austin would be like a color commentator during the game, calling how these scenes are going.
Check out that relationship. We are definitely getting into the conflict. The conflict Austin is playing like in.
The role play analyst.
Holding on to everyone in this scene, waiting for her opportunity.
Masterful.
Let's see how this plays out.
You can almost.
I'm gonna be honest.
You could almost see Nancy working all the puppet strings.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that
was a good
is
one.
A white die.
That was a good one.
Very subtly in the background, you can see that Nancy has Harold's balls held
in a vice grip.
If you look closely at Nancy's purse. Well done.
This is
Sara, especially
so
great
far.
job.
That was
like I said, I love this game. I love how naturally, and I don't know if it's just like a psychological thing or if there is some kind of hidden thing in the game where it just naturally builds towards this train wreck.
No,
and like
you can just tell
everybody sees it coming.
Fiasco for a reason.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
This
just feels
very.
Like, I mean,
the
game's
so
very
well.
powder keggy.
The game kind of explicitly says it, but it's a very good at encouraging follow your worst instinct.
Right.
Yeah.
Whatever your worst impulse is right now, whatever you're like,
Yep.
oh, this would be a bad move. Do that.
Yeah. It even says on the back of the book, it says a game of powerful ambition and poor impulse control.
Yeah.
And it's exactly that. It's so
I've already just watching this, I'm like developing like what I think of, like what my character is thinking so much, or I'm like, well, I've got some bad ideas that I want to go for now.
Yep.
Amazing.
Okay, so it sounds like we're in agreement that was a white die for Nancy. Everybody, okay, cool.
And
so, Cari, who do you want to give that to?
You know what? I'm starting to have a soft spot in my heart for my boy Gilroy. Go ahead and give him the white die there.
All right.
want things to...
Is it because I'm the only one with a healthy relationship so far?
Maybe. You're supportive of my
Yay!
sister, and I appreciate it because I sure as shit
Hooray!
am not.
Yeah, your healthy relationship is with your beard. So like,
No.
With my
Well,
beard.
For those of you who didn't notice, we have jealous siblings. I mean, we haven't really
Yes.
established why I'm jealous. Maybe it's that you have a fucking healthier relationship in
You
your
wanna
lavender
know-
relationship than me and my husband.
You want to
Like-
know what's really
at least
funny?
he's nice to you.
Is my scene is next, and I actually wanted to touch on that.
Let's do it. So do you want to establish for your scene then, Sarah?
You know what? Why not?
Excellent. Okay. Where are we? Who are you with?
I think she would be with, I imagine this would probably be after she takes Harold to go see the photographs and he sees all these beautiful portraits of Chicago and the different, architecture that she took pictures of, like one of the old churches and things like that. And she comes back and tell me if this is a no-go. I imagine that they would be arm in arm. Her and Harold, and she's probably laughing at something that he said. And when they start to come into view of Gilroy and Nancy, if they're still together, or just Nancy, she'll very slowly kind of slip her arm away from Harold's, and she looks at him and she goes, I think I would like to have a talk with my dear sister. Do you have somewhere else that you could be?
I can. Don't worry, honey. I can take him for a moment. It's fine. Don't worry.
You see, I was about to say, and kind of looking like I was going to go elsewhere in the room.
Yeah.
But as soon as you say that, yes, I can talk with Gilroy here for a bit.
Oh, don't worry, darling. He won't bite.
Gilroy,
Unless
this has been
I want
absolutely... Gilroy, that wonderful sense of humor. This has been absolutely enchanting, darling. Thank you so much for being such a gracious host.
I'm glad we could have that talk.
Same. And I would smile. I don't know what we talked about yet, but maybe we'll find out later.
Maybe we'll find out later. You don't know.
It was something salacious, no doubt. So, okay. And so I would go off with you, Sydney.
I think this is where the Sydney would end up taking Nancy to the balcony, and
this is feeling very fucking Game of Thronesy right now.
I am not meaning to make it feel Game of Thronesy. I'm really not.
The things I do for love.
Oh,
exactly.
Die.
Woo, we are a long way up.
Oh my. No, she takes.
Yeah, I go.
She takes Nancy to the balcony, and she opens this clip with cigarettes, and she offers one to Nancy before taking one out herself and lighting it. And
no, thank you, dear sister. And she would pull out her own little thing, and she has her own slightly differently rolled cigarettes.
I really do. I really am happy that you came tonight. I feel like it's been so hard to get together and actually sit and talk. We used to get along so well when we were younger.
And Nancy would sigh, and she would take the first puff, and she'd be like, in truth, I'm glad I'm here too. We don't talk nearly as much as we used to, and sister, that is a shame.
It is. I must admit it. A part of it may have fallen on me. You may not have known, but I was quite jealous of you for quite a long time. Seeing the way Harold always looked at you, it was quite disheartening. But I'm thankful that I did eventually find someone.
And for a second, you can kind of see in Nancy's face there's conflict. Like, it's almost like she cycles for a second between a couple different emotions. And what she settles on is kind of like contentment with this confession. And she would just sort of say, I truly am happy for you. And since we're confessing jealousies and other confessions, just so you know, nobody else here knows, I don't suppose, but it is important and we're family. Harold and I recently divorced. We're here to keep up appearances, and I'd appreciate it if, at least for tonight, until the new year, you helped keep our secret. Things with me and Harold have not been happy for quite some time.
Oh. And there's like genuine surprise and concern.
Jesus Christ.
Stop it.
Sorry.
I'm trying so hard not.
He got me good.
He got us both. He got us both.
Emotion. Sad. Feminine emotions. Here we go. All right.
Okay. Okay. So she has this genuine concern on her face, and you feel her reach out, and I imagine this is something that she might have done when they were younger. She'd very gently place a hand on Nancy's shoulder before kind of bringing her into a hug. And you would feel her fingers maybe even like very gently just running on the back of your head, and she'd be like, oh, I never would have expected this. I am so sorry. I won't say a word, not until the two of you are ready.
You feel Nancy take like one big breath, and there's like one little like kind of that, when you're like a little kid and you've been really crying hard, and then like 20 minutes later you do like the
yeah.
it's like that, like really quick, and then she would just she would hold you for a long time, and then she would eventually kind of pull back and take another puff off of her joint, and she would just kind of be like, this is a lovely party, sister. I really appreciate the invitation, and
of course
I appreciate you allowing Harold to be here, even though he's not in the family.
Oh, it's I have to say, I most likely would have invited him anyway. We were still friends. I do have friends here. So, but I would have invited you as well. I can't have a party without you.
Well, I suppose not. I am the life of the party. Always have been. That's how I drew bastards like Harold, I suppose.
I don't know. But whatever it was, and whatever is happening now, I can't tell you, but just know that if you need anything, you're more than welcome to stay. I always have an extra room.
I really do appreciate that, but and she kind of would then like straighten up, and she'd be like, I'll be fine. You know me. I never jump too haphazardly into anything. I do have something lined up, and I believe I will be set for life, as the hopefuls say.
You'll have to tell me about it later on, I suppose.
Later on, of course. And she would like take one more sip and just blow it into the night air on the balcony.
It's always beautiful this time of year.
It's when the city doesn't reek like it does in the summer, and The air is cool and clean. Smells like air should smell. Cool and clean.
Yes, yes, it's lovely. Oh, I'm hoping to take a trip to the country soon. Maybe you and I will have to go together.
I would love that. As long as we stay away from Indiana. I can't stand Indiana.
No, I was thinking a lake somewhere.
Oh. Well, we certainly have plenty of those. And Nancy would then turn and put her elbows kind of on the railing of this balcony. And I imagine whatever high rise we're in does overlook Lake Michigan. And I would look out over the lake and just kind of ponder.
I think that's when Sydney would... she wouldn't lean against the railing, but her hands would be clutching the railing a bit. And you would actually hear her kind of push off of the railing and kind of step back on the balcony. And she goes, well, I suppose I should get back. And Jeremy, you are more than welcome to add something. Please interrupt. It's totally fine.
Just at the very end, I wanted to throw something on the fire.
Nancy would kind of gesture at the joint, which is about probably halfway done, and she would just say, I'll be in a few minutes.
Okay, if you need anything, come find me.
Thank you, sister.
Mm-hmm. And that's when Sydney would go back into her party.
Just the last thing I want to add is I think that when Sydney leaves the balcony, we just see, like, against the building on the other sides of the doors, like kind of where it's dark, we see like the city lights reflected in the lenses of Oliver's glasses.
That's some artsy shit.
That is some artsy shit. I love it.
Nice. I was just gonna say Sin City, dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Well done, Sarah. Good job.
Yeah, that was a fantastic scene.
You too.
What are we thinking, everybody?
I think that went well for Sarah. Somebody's single.
Yeah.
I think it is an unexpected turn of events.
Sees her opening, man.
Yeah. I think that's a white die.
Okay, excellent. Sarah, where would you like to send this white die?
I hate to say this, but fucking Emerson and Gilroy have my heart right now. So I think I'm gonna give it to Austin.
Protect them at all costs.
Protect the babies at all costs.
The beautiful baby.
We'll see if I do something to change your opinion.
Watch, he's a terrible person.
He's gonna murder Sid.
I have a feeling Gilroy is the only like truly good person here.
Maybe.
I am the W.H. Macy of
oh wow.
This game.
Wow.
Oh my god.
If anybody can turn the audience against Emerson, it's you, Austin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dude. Incredible.
Okay. Well then, Gilroy.
Speaking of,
we're on to your scene.
Ooh, baby.
Do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
Okay. Usually I like to establish scenes, but I think for this one I will go resolve because I would like to see what you guys would like to see, and I will go ahead with that.
Okay. I'm going to put forward, maybe we throw our card in and see the location and the instance via flashback of when Gilroy and Sydney first met.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, that hurts me.
We did talk about that.
We did.
I don't know why, but I agree with you, Sarah. I immediately got a emotional gut check the moment that I was like, "Oh, I have to do this now!" Yay!
Owie.
Yeah. Ow. Yeah. No, I'm very happy about it. I think.
Is that okay with everybody?
No, yeah,
Yes,
that's perfect.
1,000.
That's actually great.
Okay.
I will say this. Can I do a present day in the party sequence and then cut to said flashback?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And then go back to party
Great.
sequence.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
So what I want to do is I want to follow up with I want to follow up with Emerson for a second. Just for a second. And then I want to do the flash to Sara, like to Sydney and to Gilroy, and do all that and then go back. So a little bit of both. A little bit of, getting both scenes.
Bookend it.
Kind of bookend it. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
So I think that Harold and Gil have had that little conversation that got him away from Sara and Nancy. They've had a little conversation just to kind of pass the time. Eventually, he breaks off and he goes to find Emerson. And I think what I'd like to do is he's somewhere in the party. And I feel like at some point you feel just a hand clasp your hand and like move you across the room if you allow.
Yeah, Emerson is like several drinks in and is deep in conversation with this like group of people that are there, probably like bankers. And as you approach, you just hear him say like, and then she said, all I really wanted was to get in this taxi. And like the guys kind of all laugh and he like, well, it was a pleasure meeting all of you gentlemen. I have to be on my way, but remember, keep your drinks full. It's on them tonight. I'll turn this. Yes, our esteemed host. Hello, my good dear friend. How can I be of service to my host tonight?
Can I see you in the study for a moment, sir? Please?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. And he'll take you off to like a side room, which I imagine is like the office or the study space.
Yeah, Emerson like drops off like his 3/4 of the way drink on the way with one of the waiters and grabs a fresh one. Like you can tell he's just kind of been continually drinking this evening.
Real quick, being that this is Clue, I really do like that we're utilizing a lot of different rooms.
Yeah, utilizing the rooms, baby. Utilizing the space. I like to get all up in the space.
Explore the space.
Yeah,
explore the space.
Explore the space. Jazz hands.
He'll pick up a candlestick on the way.
Yeah.
Don't worry about why.
Feel the room,
a hammer.
Feel the room. So I feel like at some point we get in the room and he closes the door and it's just the two of them. I know you're not happy. I know you're not happy with me. I know. Do you know that every day that I am in this, that it bothers me? But you should be thanking her right now. She knows, and she's okay with us being together. She knows about you. Emerson, how many times have you come here to this apartment?
Business. I've done business with Sydney.
I meant for me. How many times?
Emerson will get really close in and put his arms around Gilroy's waist. I know. It's not her fault. I understand that. But
if anything, she is an angel. Because she is protecting us. Okay?
But you know that she wouldn't be with you if she
had another option. Yeah, I know. If she had another option, If she had other options, she'd be with Harold right now. I know that. Okay?
It's an option she could have. Never mind. And he'll kiss Gilroy just to like shut him up. Like, never mind. It's
no. I wanted to talk to you about what have you gotten yourself into?
It's
you gotta like. You can be honest with me, honey. I know this is all difficult. I get it. I understand. Look, I'm not a huge fan of Nancy, and I'm definitely not a huge fan of Harold either.
Well, funny thing about this, not a huge fan of Nancy. You know, I'm not either. I think maybe our lives would be easier if Nancy wasn't in them anymore.
He takes a moment, he pauses, and I think like very comedically, like there's this comedic moment of like he like a very deadpan pause. Did you hire someone? Am I gonna get a hitman here tonight? Is that what's happening right now? Am I gonna go to the door and there's gonna be some shady character that walks through this door?
Oh my god.
Okay, so I need some help deciding on this because, like,
wow,
we have some things that we established in our session zero. I'm wondering,
I think this is exact where we pause though, and then we go to the flashback, and then you can answer. So that way gives you some time. It gives you some time to think on it, and then that way you can answer.
How about I'll establish on my scene, and I'll get us there because I have somewhat of an idea of like we'll play that out on my scene.
So
this is like trading a player for a pick later on.
We'll go into the flashback. And I imagine here's what I picture for the first time that Sydney and I meet. I imagine that it's you and Nancy sitting at a table. You're having a conversation. And most likely it is a conversation about how she is getting ready to marry Harold. She's talking about wedding plans. She's accepted the proposal, all that kind of stuff. And then she leaves like an absolute bitch out of hell. Just like, by the way, got you, man. Bye.
Bye, bitch.
Real quick. I'm just being happily married. Nancy's just fucking living her life. You're like, what a cunt.
We all know. We all know the shady jealousy that comes back and forth between the two of them. Okay. I'm feeling that vibe. Okay.
That's fine.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Wow. I can't wait for my wedding and the rest of my awesome life. Jeez, what a bitch.
Also, thanks for your man. Bye. So I imagine that this is the scene that happens. And both of you are very happy, very, like there's this like you and her having this conversation of like happiness and very upbeat, and you hug and you leave. But then immediately after Nancy leaves to go attend to whatever, you start to get emotional and you start to feel those feelings. And I think that that's when maybe you see across the way there is a man roughly around the same age, and he also looks like he is going through something, right? We both look like we are going through the throes of something in our lives. And he looks up and he sees you, and he just stands up and Hi. I don't mean to bother you. Do you mind if I sit?
I was just, and you see her looking around. She's very awkward.
Yeah.
But she eventually, I suppose I could sit for a bit.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I didn't think to introduce myself. Wylde-Garrison. Nice to meet you.
Hello. I'm Sydney Wylde. Hello.
Sydney. I'm sorry, did that woman say something to you?
That was just my sister.
Oh, your sister. Oh,
yes.
I'm sorry for intervening on family.
No.
Business.
She's planning a wedding.
Oh, so. A wedding. That lovely event. So, and he looks down, and I imagine probably at the table, you have some form of a sketchbook or some form of something that shows your art, right? Something that shows the art that you do.
Yes.
Yeah.
I maybe she and Nancy were together because she was helping design Nancy's wedding dress.
Oh,
yes.
Oh,
you're an artist.
And she's very quick about like pulling the book back.
No. It's fine. I'm also an artist.
Oh.
Yeah, do you mind?
I suppose not. And she will offer you this sketchbook that not only has the designs of this dress and even maybe centerpieces for said wedding, things
You've
like
set
that.
Up the entire wedding that like is yeah. We understand.
There's also like some landscape sketches, things like that in the book as well.
Yeah. These are marvelous. These are really beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah. And he in that awkward moment, he feels like he also has to share with you, and so he like pulls out a book, and then you see there are pieces of art that are also landscape pieces, but they're pieces that he's done like of battlefields and things that he's done of army soldiers. But there's also pieces in there that are of just like there's pieces of couples, there's pieces of just men portraits, right? Like just you know, and I that was I have a lot of pieces of art that I can't show to people. They won't present them. Apparently the subject matter is too delicately too risque for their tastes. So they that one over there just rejected me for the third time. So yeah.
That one.
Yeah. No, he don't mind. It's
no. Hold on. Okay. And she will look at you, and her hands are very small and delicate, and she looks, may I bring this with me?
I don't know where you're gonna take them, but yeah, please feel free.
Thank you. And she walks up and she goes to the man that you had pointed at.
Yeah, he's probably some like art director for some museum or whatever that has outright said that his male on male sort of artistic endeavors are not suited for the museums of his quality, right? Or whatever sort of homophobic nonsense that he wants to spout.
You watch her go up to this art dealer, this, director person, and you see her talking with him, and she's flipping through, and as you see her flipping through this book of yours, you can see like the appreciation and the awe on her face as she's looking at all of these sketches and things that you've done. And you see her as she's pointing to various spots on the wall, and it takes a moment, and you can see the art director just leaving. And when she comes back, she is very careful to place this book back in front of you.
You, oh God, you said something, didn't you? Please, I don't know what I have to do or what I have to pay you or...
No. It's perfectly fine. Old friend of mine. I was able to get some of your work up. They're going to sit between mine.
Listen, you didn't have to do that. You, thank you.
Why not?
I've had a hard time trying to get promoted, things displayed. And it doesn't help when doesn't help. He doesn't want to say it. He can't say it. He just kind of like holds his head down in shame. And look, I don't know if you'd be agreeable to this, but I'd really like to get to know you better and get to know more of your art and things you do. Because you were willing to go out and take such a risk. I can't not repay that in some kindness. Is there anything that I can do for you?
No, you really don't have to do anything. It was my pleasure. Your art is absolutely breathtaking. We need more perspectives in the art world. So I wouldn't mind taking up on getting to know you better. If that's still on the table.
You see him smile, and it beams. Yes, of course, absolutely. Okay. And I think that is sort of where you see the two of them go off, like talking to each other, sharing their experience, kind of building this relationship very gradually, very slowly, but it fades off into the distance. And I imagine like this beautiful sequence where the cafe is alongside of like a boardwalk, right?
Yes.
So that there's like a beautiful like
freaking Navy Pier, dude. It's
like
Navy
Chicago. Pier.
Yeah, like it's
by
all
the old Ferris wheel.
It's all lit up and like all beautiful and everything, and like they just go and they share an evening down by the boardwalk, like talking about art, having fun and enjoying each other's company and getting over the grief and misery that have been caused by other things in their lives. And I think that's where the flashback flips over, and then we see the two in the room again, and it's Gil looking almost accusatory now at Emerson, being like, listen, I love you, but I need you to start telling me something. I need you to start telling me something because she cares about me and I care about you. And the only way that this little triangle works, the only way that I get to keep you in my life is if you start being honest with me.
Okay. I'll tell you what happened. But I don't want to pull you into this if you don't have to be. I think I never told you everything about what happened when I was serving, and well, maybe half an hour ago. And then I think that's where it would cut to the next scene.
The next sequence, yeah.
Okay. Where I'm going to establish when we get back from our break.
Yeah. Okay, so before we hit break, though, Chad, you were resolving for that scene. So do you think that was a white die for Gilroy or a black die? Positive or negative?
I think it's a white die for Gil.
Wait, didn't he establish?
No.
He ultimately resolved. He said he
ultimately
likes
asked to resolve. I like to establish, but I wanted to resolve. And then everybody said that they wanted to see the flashback scene.
Yeah.
I gotta share something from the side chat. This is too good to leave as just for us. Jeremy's idea was to have this scene close on a snow globe that's sitting on the shelf in the study.
Yeah.
That has the boardwalk and the Ferris wheel and says maybe.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yes.
That's beautiful. 100%. Yeah.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah. 100%.
That whole scene
physically hurts.
I love you. Sarah, I love you so much. And I'm so
I love you too.
To have you as a role play partner because was ridiculous.
Thank you. My whole face is on fire.
Me too. I went
so good. It was so sweet and innocent.
Oh, so good.
Okay.
It set up their relationship so well.
Yeah.
It was.
It really
perfect.
did.
It was exactly what it needed. Yep.
I think
if I were directing this as sort of an art piece, as a little bit of a foreshadowing or hint, the flowers on the table where you sat down would be lavender.
Oh, heck
yes.
Oh,
yes,
for sure.
Yeah. Like a lavender bouquet on the table.
This hurts so bad.
It's so good. It's
my
so good.
whole body.
We are creative people.
The Ferris wheel has like lavender and purple colors on it.
Yes, purple light
throughout symbology.
I love it. I love it.
Good job, team.
Okay. So Chad, positive or negative for Gilroy?
Look, I'm gonna say that's a positive because he was saved from his
mediocrity.
His life of mediocrity and shame.
I would absolutely.
And outside of the flashback, you finally got your boyfriend
up
to you.
Yeah, he wants. Listen, you want that from me. I want that from you. So it's a tete-a-tete. We need
I also love that he basically told Emerson, he was like, listen, she knows about us. She knows this whole fucking thing between us.
Mm-hmm.
She's the reason why I'm here. And I'm able to do this with you.
I get to have you in my life because she's behind me. If that doesn't happen, none of this happens.
Amazing.
Absolutely. Okay, so where do you want to put that white die, Chad?
Ooh, I get to choose. I get to choose.
Goes to someone else. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, baby. Okay. Well, you know what? Because, feel like Emerson owes me some money. No, I feel like I feel like I will give that white die over to Emerson because
because they're boyfriend.
Yes, boyfriend.
I want my boyfriend to have my white die. Okay, leave me alone.
I love it. I love them. I love it.
I love this so much. It's
Okay.
gross. I love it.
I have to pee.
Yep, that finishes one first rotation. So that's the first scene for all 6 of the characters, which is a perfect place to go ahead and take our break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. And then we're going to come back and do the second round of scenes for this, and then we'll do the tilt to finish up Act 1. So sit tight. We will be right back with a little bit more Fiasco. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the break. We are playing a Fiasco game this evening, Fiasco Classic, to be more specific. I believe there is another version of the Fiasco game out now that is a little more board game-like, but I don't know anything about it. So, this is also Clue-ish, probably leaning a little more toward plain old murder mystery, but, you know. We're having lots of rooms, lots of potential suspects even. So we are working towards that. Yeah, this has been incredible so far. I love this game. This is a fantastic group of people to play this with. I knew it was going to be the moment that Austin, I think it was, recommended playing with this group in particular. Whenever we finished Zoo Mafia, I was like, oh, that definitely needs to happen. So I am super stoked to be doing this and finally getting this game underway, and it has been chef kiss masterful so far. So I'm very excited to roll right back into things to do the second scene for each of these characters in Act 1, and then we'll do the tilt before we call it a night. So we have made one rotation around the table and are now back to Austin. So, Austin, if you are ready, would you like to establish or resolve this scene?
I think I'm going to have to establish again because it flows so naturally from Gilroy's scene that now Emerson is going to, I would like to launch into the description of how Emerson got roped into things by Oliver, the master of overhearing things he should not at this party he should not even be at. So I think this will be right after. This is kind of a flashback, and I'm probably going to go into a very quick flashback within that flashback, which will be a fun flashback narrative structure. Yeah. So this will be a flashback to just after the first conversation that Emerson had with Gilroy, where he had said a couple provocative things about maybe Sydney being kind of the problem. And this will be like, I think right after he's reemerged and split from Gilroy, Oliver, who has been overhearing that most of that conversation, approaching him. But I think how it will start was as soon as Emerson enters, he sees, like, he kind of turns back towards the door and crosses his arms, just in kind of lost in like a bit of like frustration and anger, and glances up to see, like, leaning against the door, Oliver. And with that, that's the very quick flashback to Oliver entering back during the war, entering a like a bunker of some sort, and seeing Emerson with his knife fully in the chin of an English soldier of some sort. And as he draws it, he looks over to Oliver and says, "This isn't what it looks like."
Don't move. He like holds his what would it be, an A1 maybe, holds his A1 kind of leveled at you.
You're an officer, you'd probably have a pistol.
Ooh, maybe. Okay, yeah, he's got a sidearm, probably a 1911. He's got it kind of drawn on you. Don't move.
This isn't what it looks like. And he'll just like finish pulling the knife out. The man just drops.
I'm pretty sure I know what I'm seeing. You just stuck your knife right in that guy.
He may have been wearing an English officer's uniform, but that was no English officer. That was a German.
No. I think that if there's a German spy, it's probably you.
Do I sound German, friend? Come on. Listen, just put that down. Just put that down and forget what you saw here today.
Why did you kill him?
He was passing information along. He was a spy.
Where's your proof?
And like Emerson is just slowly like going, like walking, taking slow steps towards Oliver.
No, don't you fucking dare.
It's okay.
You stay back.
It's okay. It's okay. Hey, he had information that he was going to pass on that would have gotten a lot of American soldiers killed. He couldn't have that. I couldn't have that. Neither of us could have that. Now listen, you seem like a good fella. And I don't want to have to hurt you or anything. Why don't you just turn around? Just please. And you see like a pleading look in his eye, just saying like, please just turn around. And like the knife is held kind of a little like back in his hand.
You kill me? You'd kill me?
I didn't say anything like that. I just said I didn't want to have to hurt you, but I need to be able to.
But you would
protect American interests, even from threats, foreign and domestic.
You are a spy. You're a spook.
Now, if that was true, you probably didn't see anything at all, did you?
Maybe you're right. Maybe I didn't see anything at all. Maybe there's just some kind of misunderstanding.
And we flash back to the party and Oliver obviously picking up the same memory of who Emerson is. Because like Emerson just kind of stiffens and like doesn't say anything as he like realizes that Oliver probably heard everything that he just said out on the balcony, that they were not being that discreet.
We haven't been properly introduced. You're a friend of Gilroy's.
Yes, good friend.
Well,
of both Gilroy and Miss Wylde-Garrison. She's quite a woman.
Yes. I was wondering if I couldn't interest you in maybe a drink, Mr.
Caldwell. Yes, I think a drink is in order. And they'll take their drinks and like walk out to the balcony, this time looking like Emerson this time looks a little more carefully to make sure that no one is there, and he like latches the door behind him. So what do you want?
I take it that you recognize me.
I have a good memory.
As do I. I remember things quite clearly, actually, Mr. Caldwell. You know, I did some research on that man, that British officer. He was no spy.
Maybe not officially, but I had my sources. It was a long time ago, Mr.
You can call me Mr. B.
Ah, it's like that. Well, Mr. B, it was a long time ago, and we all did things that we had to do based on the information we had at the time.
Quite, yes. But it's particularly your skill set that I am interested in talking about.
And like he's like racking his mind thinking like, how could he need me to like be gay for him, thinking that that's like the big thing he took out of that balcony conversation. Like I can't say I understand.
I'm assuming that you're still in practice.
I mean, it's not the sort of thing that you really ever stop. I mean, you might try not to practice for a while, but it's sort of just who you are. I hate if I'm breaking some preconceived notion of yours.
No, not at all. Not after what I witnessed. If, let's say, there was somebody that I needed to leave in the trenches, someone that I needed dealt with, is that the sort of thing that I could perhaps acquire your skills in?
It takes Emerson like a second to kind of put together what he's actually being asked. But then he's like immediately caught by a whole conflicting mess of like, oh shit, this guy is asking me to do something sketchy. Well, I'm used to that. I did do a lot of that back in the day. And like, this guy knows way too much about me. It was, I suppose I could. Who is it you're having an issue with?
I think at that moment there's like some like burst of loud laughter from inside the party, which causes like Oliver to kind of look that direction and then like step a little closer and lower his voice. There's someone who is threatening some rather delicate business and digging in where they're not wanted.
I might be able to help you with this. I think I'm going to need a more precise identity.
He kind of looks around again. You know, Sydney, as you mentioned.
Quite well.
She has a sister.
Yes, she certainly does.
If there's like another bout of laughter, it comes from the party, and you can tell Nancy's just told some dirty joke, and like the crowd around her is that laughter that you hear.
Yes. Her name is Nancy.
Ah. Well. And he just kind of like laughs awkwardly, and then I think that's where I want the scene to just cut, like just cut black there to like, it resolves real quick with like him saying like to Gilroy, so I think maybe this is a solution wrapped up in a problem.
And I think Emerson, you see this look of just absolute confusion and almost torture, and then like a small smile comes over his face, and then he just bursts into laughter. The reason why is because he looks at you and goes, You, a murderer, and you couldn't hurt anyone.
Just another like brief flashback to that knife slowly exiting that guy's like under that guy's chin, and we'll cut it there.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Is that to the end of the scene?
I think so. I think that should be that feels like the end of the scene.
Okay. All right. So since you established, I'll put it to the other five of us. What are we thinking as far as resolution? Positive or negative for Emerson?
I think it's negative. He's in a pinch. Like he
Yeah.
can't say no.
Sure.
I don't know if he wants to, or maybe it's a positive because he kind of has stumbled into a solution.
A solution for all of his problems.
Here's an
I don't know.
opportunity.
I'm torn.
Mm.
I'm torn.
I still say negative though, because that interaction with Oliver was very, very tense.
Yeah, I think it was more negative than
yeah.
positive. A little icky.
It's a little icky.
Yeah, maybe having somebody who knows that much information about like what he's done is ultimately a bad thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, Austin, who is receiving this black die?
You can go ahead and take that die yourself, Jeremy.
Hey, welcome to the party.
Mr. I think you're a killer. Listen,
Mr. Actually a murderer.
Actually.
Actually murdered a bunch of people.
Actually,
Okay.
he wasn't the only one. So
So that was kind of the scene somewhat that I had in mind to do anyways. So I think I'm going to again pass it over to y'all and I'm going to resolve, I think.
So we establish. Trying to think.
Or
one of the things that I would like to see established, maybe this is wrong, maybe it goes to Jake or maybe it goes to you, but I know you're here at the party to meet with a buyer. So
yeah.
I was thinking
Yeah.
I was thinking in part of this weird triangle relationship that I think we discussed this, that Oliver hires Emerson to take out Nancy, but Harold's the one who's meeting with the buyer. And I thought maybe there was a connection that Emerson has there as well that made it that Emerson puts together Harold and Oliver or something.
He's an art consultant, aren't you?
Right, that could explain why I'm there in the first place. Like I'm friends with Sydney for the art. Like I met you through the art world, and I'm there to connect Harold to his buyer, not knowing that Oliver is his partner.
Right.
Wow.
What if the buyer is the character that we met in the flashback scene between Sydney and Gilroy?
Oh, that's perfect. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
I will volunteer as tribute to play said character if need
Do
be.
it.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Do it, buddy.
Hell yeah. Give him a wonderful accent.
So is
or
that
her.
Or her, yeah.
Is that then for my scene or for this scene?
It's Jeremy's. It's Jeremy's because we're resolving.
Y'all are establishing for me. Yeah.
I'm saying I feel like this might be a scene where all of us want to be involved in it. So is Harold and then Oliver or if that's not something that you guys wanted to do together, would that be wrong to have you guys do it together? I guess that's my question.
It's up to the five of y'all.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like the idea of a meeting with a buyer. I think that would be okay.
I do too.
So I don't know how we can kind of play it by ear after that one detail, I think.
I think the two of you guys meeting with the buyer to kind of establish what the guidelines for tonight, how that's going to go down, like the things that need to happen would be a.
I was supposed to be there.
Uh-huh.
And something came up last minute.
Okay.
And
Nancy had to have a talk with you.
No, I think we were signing the papers.
Oh.
I think we were signing the papers. And so last minute, I put Oliver in the position of having to meet with the buyer.
Yep.
Yes, okay.
Perfect. Ideal.
Okay.
Ideal.
Excellent. So it's going to be Oliver, Emerson, because Emerson is the contact with this buyer, right?
Buyer, yep.
And then Chad, you're playing the buyer.
Stepping in as the NPC. We shall give this NPC a name at some point, but for now, the buyer will be the name of the NPC.
All right. Where are we? Where is this happening?
I imagine that somewhere in this apartment. Again, it's just a penthouse apartment.
The conservatory.
The conservatory.
Please roll the die.
I imagine that there is probably a large like display space that Sydney's got a lot of her art up in, Gilroy's got a lot of her art up in, like where people are able to like mingle and just enjoy the space, right? Walk around the art, enjoy the space, mingle and drink. And I think that's probably where your buyer has found himself in this space, looking at the pieces and wondering why he's looking at these pieces when he was clearly promised these paintings. He sees no paintings whatsoever that are not of, like he sees photographs and other paintings of certain stuff, but the things that he's been promised, I see none of it. So I don't know where these things are. Okay. What's the name of the painting there, Jeremy, that you supposedly have for the buyer?
It is called the Stonebreakers.
The Stonebreakers.
Yeah, it was painted in 1849 by a French artist named Gustave Courbet.
Okay.
Oh my God, it's real.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's a real painting.
Good at research.
Thanks. Okay. So, Oliver will kind of nervously enter this this gallery, with cigarette in hand, making his way over to where he assumes this individual is the buyer, that the buyer has arrived, and move up beside you to look at, whatever portrait that you happen to be stopped in front of. Is Emerson there as well with him or her?
I'm gonna guess no, because like I kind of like the idea of continually like keeping a mystery to him that Oliver he's connected with the buyer and told the buyer where he should be and that his contact will approach, which is he's also like communicated that to Harold, like where he should be, but he's told you this information.
Okay. So he will approach and stand beside you for a moment, kind of smoking the cigarette, looking at this painting. Mr. Crimson, I presume?
Oh, right. So we're using fake names now, are we? Okay. You said my contact said you were Mr. B. Yes.
Yes, I am Mr. B. My
well,
partner, Mr. D, could not be here.
Well, that's unfortunate, but I do have to wonder though. I don't see the painting that I was promised.
Well, no, you wouldn't. It's well, by the very nature of this transaction, we are taking every precaution necessary.
Mr. B, I hope you understand that I'm a very busy man. And I don't have a lot of time to be dealing with people who don't have plans in place. Understand that?
I do, yes. You see, my partner had the plans, but I've the corbo is this way.
Very good, thank you. So, are there more than just the corbo that you are willing
no.
to?
No. This is the very, very last piece. Very last piece.
Mm. Well, I hope it's in good condition. If it is, then we will see to it that you are well compensated, both of you. If it's not, though, I will warn you, you have made promises to me. You have. Both of you. You're well aware of that.
Yes. We stand by our word. Yes. It's in mint condition. I assure you. Please, right this way.
Very well. Let's go. And they go together down the way. And I imagine that they arrive eventually wherever. Is it in the apartment or is it somewhere in the building?
I think it's in the apartment. Probably like maybe one of the bedrooms, like a second bedroom or something.
Yeah.
And they'll kind of walk up. Oliver will kind of fumble with the key that he was given by Harold. Harold arranged for it to be put in this room, and the easel and all of this kind of stuff. And Oliver's kind of fumbling with the key and the lock, trying to get
You see
undone.
this man, and I think while you're doing that, Jeremy, I think you see the image of this man. He's a very tall, very gaunt sort of man, but he also has very, very polished mustache and very prim pompadour hair, but it's bright red, very Scotsman, very he looks at a watch, which you can tell by the watch it's a very high-end Rolex level watch. Mr. B, I will let you know, I took a flight here from Glasgow. You know that?
Yes, of course.
And I have to be able to be back in the office by night's end after the party. I have to head to the airport, be there. So if you don't follow through, and he puts a hand on your shoulder very gently.
He drops the key.
No, feel free. Go ahead. But I will let you know that if you don't follow through, for any reason, I'll have my men come, and they'll be speaking to your employer, to your partner. And if it comes down to the fact that you are the reason this failed business adventure, I don't want to think what my employer will do to you.
He audibly swallows.
Very good. Let's see the painting.
Yes, sir. Of course. He bends down and picks up the key. Exhales, puts it in the lock, and turns it. Opens the door and kind of gestures into the room, head hanging down. Just through here.
The man steps through the door, and actually, you know what, Jeremy? I do believe his name is Mr. Crowley. 100% would be Mr. Crowley, right? And he walks through the room, and then where the painting would be hidden or displayed, is it?
I think within the room, it's
yeah,
open displayed on an easel, There might be like a little curtain like in front of it or something.
You see him. Now, understand, as an inspector, I have to inspect the piece, you know. Can't have fraudulent pieces coming to my buyer. Now, let's see here. He puts on two pairs of, like, two white gloves. And he pulls back the little curtain that's holding behind the painting. Oh, how nice is that? Look at that.
Yes, this painting was of course originally made over 100 years ago now. If you look right on the back here is the only mark. Here you can see a small bit of singeing on the edge of the canvas, and that's from when we rescued it from Nazi hands.
He thinks for a minute, looking it over. He runs a finger on it, feeling the canvas and feeling the almost the bumps and impressions of the different acrylic or oils that are like built up on the painting. All right, well, very well then, Mr. B. I believe as long as you have that painting on a flight to my buyer by tomorrow morning, I believe we'll be in good patch. So, if you don't mind, he extends a hand to you.
He kind of like will hesitantly take your hand.
Is tomorrow morning not possible?
No, I believe that would be just fine. Yes, the agreed upon amount will be exchanged. Yes.
Upon arrival, it will be. You've done good work here, Mr. B. I expect to see the painting come tomorrow.
It will be there. Yes, sir. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Crimson.
Very good. And tell Mr. D that I'm sorry that I missed him, and that I look forward to being able to see both of you at some point in the going future. If that is, you intend to keep this going after.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. And he like tips it. He tips his head, and you see him go out, and you see him put on like just the smallest pair of like spectacles, as he like heads out back into the party.
Once Mr. Crimson leaves, and the door closes behind him, Oliver turns towards the painting and kind of stares at it for a while, and he straightens his posture up, and you can hear his back popping, and all of the nerves go away. And he pulls out a cigarette very calmly and lights it, takes a big drag, and looks at the painting and just smiles.
Bye, son of a bitch.
Awesome, guys. Well done.
Very,
Chad,
very
well done on the accent work. Very good.
Absolutely.
It's always fun to play NPCs, and
It was good.
That called to me. I was like, I should do Tennant for this.
It was good.
I think I'm gonna say that was a positive outcome for Oliver.
Yeah, for this Kaiser Soze motherfucker.
Oh yeah,
over
definitely.
here.
Yes, exactly. This fucking nerd is the mastermind of this whole
He
debacle.
is.
You mentioned that earlier in the chat, and I was like, huh.
He's gonna get his
That
partner
might
killed.
be an interesting.
Secretly.
Let's see. Jake does not have a die yet. I'm going to give this die to Jake.
Hey.
Much love.
Yay.
Now we all have at least one.
Yay. We're all equal, and the ones that should have two do.
In our hearts. Okay, so next up, Jake, your second scene. Do you want to establish or resolve?
I'm going to resolve.
Okay,
you all can tell me what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I had a couple ideas, but
let's see.
I'll resolve.
Hmm.
Do you want to have a scene with me where I'm like, I know we only said one flashback, but where I discover what you and frickin' Oliver have been up to?
Ooh.
I don't know if it's a rule that we can't do another flashback.
No, not at all.
No, absolutely, you can do more flashbacks. As many flashbacks.
I think that would be kind of.
I think that would be a great scene.
Interesting.
Yeah, I am in agreement, 100%.
Because also, you guys could play up the survive no matter the cost level of danger and intrigue to this.
I have a question for Jake, since this is your scene. Is this pre or post divorce?
I think it's probably, since we've already established that we're signing the papers on the day of the party.
Okay.
This was probably just a few days before that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm.
So where's this taking place? Is it at the house, at their home?
Probably at our home, I would think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I think Yeah. I think I had come across the tickets and then a manifest of some sort with all these pieces
some
of
kind
art.
of paperwork that's very damning. Yeah.
Maybe it's less the manifest and more like the secret little black book that
the transactions and
that
shit
has
because
that way you know how much money we've made and we are going to finish up with, and that's your impetus to
the fucking ledger.
Yeah.
Strike while the iron's hot. Okay. So since we're establishing, I guess we open up
It needs to be Christmas Eve.
Yes, Christmas
my
Eve.
God.
Like a week ago.
You can hear that kind of really old, crackly, and yet charming radio playing Christmas carols out in the living room. And Nancy is in Harold's office and is kind of doing that thing that Shelley Duvall did in The Shining, where it's just flipping through the book, and there's more and more pages of this, just more and more money worth of art being sold. And she finally gets to this, if there is a score over this, there's a boom where she gets to the last page and there's a total, and it's a lot of money. And I would imagine almost right then is when Harold walks in the room.
I imagine, you probably didn't even hear, because you're so caught up in this.
How do you like it?
You didn't hear the sound of the apartment door opening and closing, and intercut with you seeing all of this stuff is me taking off my hat and hanging it up and pulling off my overcoat, hanging it up, and doing the 1950s thing, and immediately walking to the sideboard and pouring myself a drink, throwing it back, and then pouring myself another drink, kind of glancing around and not really seeing any sign of you, heading to my office.
You see Nancy
that's when I walk in.
Yeah, perfect. You see Nancy has closed the book, and just seconds before you walk in, you see her eyes kind of flitting back and forth, she's thinking hard about what's the play. And just when you walk in, she's kind of made a decision. And yeah.
As I walk in, I physically, I sort of stop like stutter step for a moment. Nancy, what are you doing in here?
Oh, well, Harold, I was just cleaning in your office, as I do. And I happened upon some of your papers, dearest husband.
Yeah.
Particularly
Cleaning.
Yes, this is our house. I'm to take care of the house, and you take care of earning the bread, as they say.
Glancing around, I don't see a feather duster or a mop. Not that I've ever seen those things in your hands. Anywhere near my office. What's going on, Nancy?
Nancy has absolutely not been cleaning, by the way. She would, at this time, because that just biting remark would normally have gone kind of unanswered, she smiles, and it's a shark's smile. And she like holds up this little like book and be like, "You've been busy, Harold. I see that your job at the office, as much of a failure as you are at it, you had to find some side work, eh?" Side work with our dear friend Oliver. Oh, what you boys have been up to.
Listen, Nancy, I don't know what it is that you think is going on here, but you're probably completely misunderstanding some ledgers that I have on transactions between Oliver and I, stock markets and trades and things like that. It's very...
Harold, you forget my sister's an artist. She and I practically lived in the museums growing up, and these are paintings that I've heard of, husband. How did you find yourself in possession of them, I wonder? And where did you find a buyer? And where are you keeping all this money? And she just waits for your response and just is enjoying seeing you twist with this uncertainty.
Now it's Harold's turn for the eyes to be flicking, as it's that look of somebody that's searching for purchase, some excuse, something. And finally, I just take that whiskey that's in my hand and throw it back. And I lean against the desk. All right, Nancy. You seem to have everything figured out.
Nancy smiles.
Yeah.
I imagine there's like a little wet bar even in this office. Like we have
Of
two
course.
in our home.
There's probably an actual bar somewhere else in the apartment.
100%. That's where you
not
filled up your drink. Nancy kind of slinks
a place in the
over
room?
and Nancy slinks over and pours herself 2 fingers of bourbon.
While you have moved over to the cart and you turn your back to pour some bourbon, for just a moment, I glance down at the solid brass duck that's sitting on my desk. And for just a moment, my hand reaches towards it. And then I cross my hands. I use this opportunity to actually get up and actually, I think cinematically, as you see my hand reaching for the duck, we see the reverse angle looking at you as you turn around. Mm-hmm. And when you turn around, I'm seated at my desk and the duck is still sitting there on the front of the desk.
Nancy turns around with 2 drinks and she would put another one in front of you as you're seated there. And then she would just sort of lean on like this bookshelf with hers and kind of swirling it in her glass. And she'd be like, "Now, whatever are we going to do about this dilemma?"
All right, Nancy, I'm going to be straight with you.
Be about the first time you've been honest with me, I expect.
All my cards are on the table. Seems I have no choice. You've seen everything, and apparently you know everything, or think you know everything. As you know, Oliver and I served over in Europe together. And our unit was involved in following behind where the front line moved through various areas. Oftentimes, we found ourselves in just the right place where some museum had been abandoned, or in some cases, we actually intercepted Nazis that had stockpiled trucks full of anything they thought was valuable. Now, we knew that all those things were just going to end up back in museums where they couldn't properly be appreciated, and we saw an opportunity. We made sure over a period of several months that we could get our hands on what we learned to be the most valuable, as you've seen there. It's taken us over 15 years to find buyers and sell these and get them into the right hands. And of course, Nancy, you would discover all of this right before we make the final sale.
I can only assume you weren't planning on cutting me into all this debauched art selling.
You had made it very clear that you were done with this marriage. We signed the papers next week. I had no intention of letting you know, or the lawyers know, anything about this.
And as serendipity would have it, now I know.
And the question is, Nancy, what are you going to do with that knowledge? Who are you going to go to? How are you going to try to twist my arm?
Harold, for all of our spats, for lack of a better word, I see no reason that this couldn't work out well for the both of us. If you give me, say, half of everything that you and our friend Oliver were intending to make, I could take this to the grave.
Half of what we've worked for over 15 years, and you want to take it just like that? You know, Nancy, I've always known that you had a little bit of a green monster when it came to Sydney's affluence.
This has nothing to do with my sister, Harold.
You can say it has nothing to do with your sister, but I think you've just found your golden ticket to raise yourself up on a pedestal above your sister so you can finally look down at her.
And she laughs, and she finishes her drink and kind of gently sets it back on the wet bar. And she would lean forward onto this desk, and she is absolutely squeezing her tits together so we can see some cleavage. And she would just like look at him and just say, whether this has anything to do with my sister or not, and it doesn't, by the by, unfortunately, if you choose to not take me up on my very generous offer, I will go to the police. They'll find that ledger. They'll find the plane ticket. And if they can't talk you into telling about it, I'm sure they can talk our dear academic friend Oliver into telling them just about everything they need to know. So, I think I'm being very generous in only asking for half. God knows I could probably take the whole thing and then watch you rot in jail.
Gotta hand it to you, Nancy. I never thought you would have what it takes to sink your claws in like this. I almost am impressed. I'll talk to Oliver, and we'll make sure when this deal goes down, once we finalize things on New Year's Eve, you'll get your money. And once that money is deposited into your bank, Nancy, I don't ever want to see your face again. That will almost make it worth the money this just cost me. Almost.
And Nancy would smile and shrug. She'd be like, Harold, you've really done this to yourself. You can't underestimate a beauty queen.
I imagine as you say that, you walk out of the room, and when you close the door, you hear a tremendous thud sound against the wall next to the door. And we cut in for the final scene back into the office where that brass duck is lying on the floor. There's a dent in the wall, chipped plaster, maybe a picture has fallen to the ground, and you see Harold is breathing heavily, leaning on the desk. The hair has, in the effort of throwing it, the hair's kind of disheveled, hanging down. And the last thing you hear is he's kind of doing that Kubrick stare at the door. You bitch. And that's the scene.
And scene.
Yeah.
Well
Absolutely.
done, Jake. Well done.
So we established. So that means Jake.
Yeah, there's no question. No question that's a black die.
Yeah.
100% that went very poorly. Very poorly for Harold. We've never said an actual amount, but I like to think that just cost us millions of dollars.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
At least adjusted for inflation.
Yeah.
Oh, without a doubt,
right.
yeah.
It's $3,000.
Oliver, we just lost $1,500 to this day.
We're ruined.
It's squalor. Absolute
We've been had, old friend. We've been had.
Grab all your quarters you can. Every quarter roll you got.
Shit, we're going to the track. We have to make this up somehow.
All right, so
Perfect.
I am going to give that black die to my scene partner, Cari.
Thank you. Right back at you, buddy. Okay.
These are so good. All of these scenes are just
I agree.
so juicy.
There's a lot going on. There are some that are like really sweet and nice, and some that aren't. That
I couldn't make it work, but I so wanted to get a dig on Nancy about being able to buy all the drugs that she wanted.
Oh, yeah, I imagine over the last couple of years she's definitely been dipping into that. So.
I feel like at the party she's already spending that money she doesn't quite have.
100%.
It's called heroin, darling. All the musicians are doing it.
Opium is still
Let's ride the unicorn. I need my tincture. What was I gonna say? Well, and Nancy mentioned earlier it's got something set up when Sydney and she were talking. So
yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's my turn, right?
It is.
Yes.
It is your scene.
So
establish or resolve.
I would like to establish because I have something in mind.
Yeah, perfect.
I mentioned at the beginning of the party wanting to talk to Oliver. And I do want to talk to Oliver. And I imagine this is at the party. We're growing ever closer to midnight. It's probably at this point, I would say, what do you guys think? 11? Something like that? Or maybe a little after 11?
Sure.
Yeah, probably 11:15. Like we're getting pretty close to midnight. Probably,
so
yeah.
That's what I want to know. Is the tilt going to be at Happy New Year, or is the tilt going to be?
That's a good question.
Is that going to be the conclusion? And that's what I'm basing my time on.
I don't know, because I mean we've established that there's going to be like a plane ride in the morning, and like the painting is supposed to be there, and all that kind of stuff. So we know that in some regards the timeline extends out that far, but.
Correct.
I don't know about our story, right?
Yeah,
I like the tilt being midnight. I think that's a really clean narrative.
I would have to agree.
Midnight.
So maybe it's more like maybe like 10:15 or 10:30. A little bit of time left for Act 2.
Sure.
Because that also sets up for normally at midnight, that's when people would start to disperse and the party would be over.
Sure.
But now something's going to happen that this thing's going to keep going.
Right.
Or at least for some people.
Okay.
For some, right. The after
and
party.
for somebody, the party may be over. We'll see.
Okay. So I choose I choose Oliver. And I imagine that again, we kind of we do connect at some point. And just Nancy is, heck, honestly, she seems like she is in a better mood than you've seen her in a long time, and you know why. And she would kind of come up to you, and you get an idea that she's maybe a little bit in the sauce and a little bit high and all of that good stuff. And she just seems joyful, and she comes, it's like, Oliver, I haven't seen you all night, and believe me, I have been looking everywhere.
Hello, Nancy.
Hello, old friend. Are you enjoying my sister's party?
Yeah, it's a fun time.
Yes, it certainly is. She and I were just having a talk on the balcony. What? Oh, of course I'm enjoying myself. It's the new year. New Year's, new beginnings, as they say. And she smiles suggestively at you.
Right, yes.
My sister and I were just out on the balcony, and I couldn't help but notice she's put in a small greenhouse out there. Her idea of a conservatory, I suppose. Shall we go out and enjoy and see what she's planted for the season? I think she has some poinsettias in there for the holiday.
You haven't quite gotten your fill of plants for the evening.
I don't think there's any such a thing as too many.
Very well.
And she would wait for you to give her your arm.
He kind of like takes a half step forward before realizing that that's what she's waiting for. Excuse me. And he kind of extends his elbow weakly.
She would take your arm. And we would walk out, I imagine, to the conservatory. And we would get in there, and it's despite it being very cold, obviously being almost January, it is warm in this little mini greenhouse. And I would say it's probably no bigger. It's a huge penthouse, so this balcony is probably equally huge. This greenhouse is probably about, I'd say, like 20 by 20. It's not huge, but it's way big enough for two people to just stand in and have a conversation. And that air is damp. It almost feels like summer air in here. And it's fragrant, and it does have all kinds of plants, and it smells like spring. And there's poinsettias, and there's she even has lavender. Bizarrely, for this time of year, she has tomatoes, and you see in the corner there is one big pot brimming with lavender. And Nancy would kind of like lean back and be like, I've always loved a greenhouse. Winter can't touch it here. Everything's so very alive. Don't you think so, Oliver?
Yes, it's quite pleasant in here. And everything is transparent. He kind of levels.
Yes, indeed. So, Oliver, I hear that this might be one of our last meetings. You and my husband are going on a bit of a vacation.
Merely a business trip.
Of course. And she knows your business, and they know, like, Oliver knows that she knows. And so she says, I'm sure you are aware of the deal that my husband and I have made, and I don't need to tell you any of that. Oliver, can I trust you to make sure that I get what I'm owed?
Absolutely.
Can you make sure that you and Harold, once you leave, that you don't come back.
I think that it's quite safe to say that once our business is finished, we will see no more of one another.
And when she says that, specifically about Harold never coming back, for just a fraction of a second, you see a tiny little flash of fear in her eyes. She knows that she has kind of overplayed her hand a little bit, and she's been riding high and she's been playing it confident, but at the same time, she feels a weird feeling from Harold that she's never felt, and it's kind of starting to scare her a little bit. And she would just say, because of course my offer to you and he was very generous, and make sure that you can go live off an island off of Italy for all I care.
If you can call extortion generous.
It'd be a lot more generous than you rotting away in prison, wouldn't you say, Oliver?
It's charity, then, out of the good nature of your heart.
Of course. I have nothing but good nature in my heart, especially for you, old friend, on this wonderful New Year's Eve.
Wasn't aware that you had a heart, Nancy.
Oliver, charming as ever. I did hope to have a pleasant conversation. I wanted to check in, and I wanted to wish you bon voyage, as it were.
Yes, to check in on how the blackmail is progressing.
If you want to call it that, using such ugly language. I considered it a business deal, the same as you've been doing with my husband behind my back, not intending to cut me in for years. Charity has never been my strong suit, but I did the best I thought I could do, while at the same time getting mine.
Indeed, yes. You will certainly get yours. Yes.
And Nancy gives him a withering look. And she would look over at the poinsettias for a second. And she would just sort of like playfully kind of like touch them and like look at the leaves. And it's like, did you know these are poisonous?
I believe that I have read such a thing, yes, before, yes.
Yes, damnedest thing. Apparently they don't have much of a taste, they don't have much of a smell, but could sneak up on you, I suppose. Same way as a lot of poisons. Very sneaky.
It is a wonder how many things there are in this world that are that are both beautiful and deadly.
Indeed. Oliver, this has been a delightful chat.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
And a very happy New Year to you, old friend. Please, if you see my husband, before I do, remind him of our deal. He has a look in his eye that leads me to believe maybe he's forgotten.
I'll be certain to remind him, and many happy returns to you.
And to you. And Nancy would kind of like look at the poinsettia leaves one more time and just look over her shoulder at Oliver and wink. And then she would walk out of the little greenhouse. End scene. Well done.
Yeah, that was
so I established because I was weak and I had my heart set on that conversation.
That feels like a black die, but I could be wrong. That didn't feel like it went like that's the first time I've been like, oh
stood
shit,
up for
Nancy.
himself, and that kind of surprised Nancy a little bit.
It was a windshield wiper. I was like literally getting batted around me. I'm like, oh yeah, he said this, and then she said this.
I feel like in the same way we talked about earlier, how Nancy is oblivious, is unintentionally mean and rude to people.
Mm-hmm.
That she's oblivious in this. She thinks she had the upper hand in that conversation.
Yeah.
But we, the audience, know that Oliver has the upper hand.
He's more ruthless than she is accounting for.
Yeah.
And like that was the first moment of her being like, am I in the wrong game right now?
Exactly.
Like,
that was Nancy's first oh shit moment, both in her kind of revealing to Oliver by accident that she's a little bit afraid of Harold. Now she's a little bit afraid of Oliver. And we're all here together, and what now?
Emerson's the one she doesn't see coming.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Literally.
Go to sleep.
Right behind you.
Right.
Okay, so let's see. Black die.
I'll take a black die. Let's see. Who is that going
Where
to?
are you sending it?
You know what? Jeremy, fuck you. If I go down, I'm taking you with me. Take that black die. It's all yours.
All right.
You mastermind nerd.
Mastermind nerd.
He's the action. Everybody's got their eye on Nancy because she's like when you're fly fishing and it's like a pretty lure.
Yeah.
But the actual fucking hook is Jeremy's character.
Is Oliver.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the actual spider at the center of this web.
No one suspects the nerd.
The quiet one.
Again, y'all said that in the chat, and I was like, "Ooh, that's actually a pretty good twist." I was like,
Hell
"That wasn't what I had in mind, but I like that." So
great job.
Yeah. Okay, Sarah, it is your scene. Do you want to establish or resolve?
I think I'm gonna resolve. Okay. I established last time. I think I'm gonna resolve.
Fair enough. Okay, gang. What are we thinking for Sydney then? What do we need to touch on for Sydney? We haven't touched on the hammer at all yet, but that definitely could only be an Act 2 thing.
I had an idea. I'm just going to throw this out here. It's fine if we don't go this direction, but even if it's a small thing, I'd like to have a scene with Nancy or Sydney where it's just Sydney and Harold alone, and Harold is, whether he's manipulating her or being genuine, he's giving Sydney the appearance that she might have a chance with him.
That's kind of what I was thinking too. So I'm glad you said it. Like I was thinking like a Harold Sydney scene that like deepens their.
I was gonna say, depending on how it goes, he's either manipulating her or it's real.
Or genuine.
Yeah, I don't know yet.
Oh, yeah. Are you comfortable with that, Sarah? Is that
I'm totally fine with that.
Okay, what if part way through someone comes in? Like maybe if things get to a point where they're a little heated or whatever, somebody comes in.
Okay.
Do we have any ideas who that would be? Would it be Gilroy? Who would be the right person to come in on that?
I was gonna say either myself, Nancy, maybe Emerson.
What if it's Gilroy and Emerson happen to wander in together to
wherever?
Oh my god!
Sydney are talking.
They tumble into the door after
think they have a room to themselves that they could finally just
Sydney
have their funsies.
Hey,
shit! Hey, babe.
I was just showing them the art.
Spiciness. Yep. Yeah, spicy.
I was showing them the spicy art we haven't put out yet.
The spicy art. I was gonna go get the spicy albums.
There definitely wasn't some fucking going on. Sorry about that.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Okay, cool. So maybe this is one of the bedrooms. Perhaps.
Okay. Yeah. Like maybe
I'd like to think that somewhere with all of the moving conversations and just the nature of the party, that at some point Harold has gotten both of them a couple of drinks, and while making it look like they just happen to be in this vicinity, he just says, "Hey, can I talk to you a minute?" And makes it look almost like he's just randomly going to a room, but it's absolutely the bedroom, the master bedroom.
Maybe it's the one with the painting set up in it.
Oh,
yes. Yeah. The room with the painting set up in it.
I like that. I like that.
Yes.
And so we established that was in one of the bedrooms already.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we did kind of establish that Sydney was holding the painting for them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Perfect. It's perfect.
Maybe it's under the guise of like packaging the painting up, like putting it back in its crate or whatever. So that, okay.
Okay. So, yeah, I think at this point it's just like we said. I've grabbed a couple of fresh drinks, and I hand you one, and we're just kind of slowly walking, but I'm gently kind of guiding you, and just say, Sydney, I was wondering if I could just have a moment of your time. I just wanted to just talk, the two of us. And I kind of look around and I open up the door, and it's very deliberately, I have my hand at the small of your back, just gently, sort of like after you.
Yeah, she will absolutely follow your lead. She'll go into the bedroom, and I think the thing that she will do is, as she gets in, and maybe it's as you're closing the door, you see her walking towards this painting that she's been holding for you. You know, I could get in quite a bit of trouble for having this.
Yeah, that's only if the wrong people know that you have it.
True. So what is it you wanted to talk about?
I take a slow, deliberate sip of the drink. I think it's pretty clear, you know, that things have not been good between Nancy and I for a while.
Oh, she did mention to me that the two of you are ending your marriage. I am sorry to hear that.
Would be more appropriate. We signed papers earlier today. We are actually divorced.
Oh.
Look, it's the best outcome for either of us. It was like gasoline and matches from the start. I think we were just tempting fate. What started as a pretty good thing, it flashed and burned pretty quickly, and I think it's for the best. We're gonna go our separate ways and try to stay out of each other's way.
As you're saying this, the glass that she's holding, she's not even looking at you. She's just looking at the liquid floating in her glass.
I walk up behind you where you're kind of looking at the painting, and I'm standing close enough that it's closer than we probably have ever stood before. Really is quite something, isn't it?
All of the little hairs on her body kind of stand, and you can see these little bumps, the goosebumps, just washing over her exposed skin when you get really close to her. And she turns her eyes back up to the painting. It truly is.
Do you ever wonder?
Wonder what?
You ever wonder, what if What if Nancy and I had never hit it off? We used to be close, Sydney. You and I. I've always valued your friendship.
Yes.
Then Nancy came along and we seemed to drift apart.
Everyone loves the beauty queen. I always still thought we were friends.
I still do. But don't you ever just wonder sometimes, what if? What if? And at this point, you might notice out of the corner of your eye, I'm no longer looking at the painting. I'm looking at you.
I think there's like the moment she notices that her face instantly turns away, but you can see this flush of pink on her face. I can't say that I haven't thought about it, but as I said, everyone loves the beauty queen. So
No.
I didn't think about it too much. Or tried not to, at least.
Well, high school's got to end at some time, and the prom queen becomes a faded memory.
True. As they say in the art world, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So everyone just seems to see what's on her outside and not always what's on her inside.
Sydney, have you ever noticed that whenever I try talking about you, you keep deflecting back to Nancy?
That's what I'm fairly good at. I apologize.
Nancy's out of the picture, Sydney. We're almost. We're not married anymore.
But I am.
I know you're married. And I kind of glance over, probably on the nightstand is one of those ever-present lavender bouquets.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you and Gil are close, and I understand. You've got your thing. And I'm just speculating, Sydney. You know, everybody sees what they want to see in a painting. They interpret the art however they might. And sometimes you can imagine things maybe turning out different, or maybe things being a little bit better than they are or were. And this whole time I'm moving closer toward you, very slowly reaching towards your glass of whiskey, and just kind of take it out of your hands and set it over on the table and set mine right next to it. And now that the glass is out of your hand, I just gently take that same hand, lightly, not fully taking it.
Mm-hmm.
There's, well, as some people like to say, new year, new beginnings.
I think it's her that would squeeze your hand before she very gently pulls her hand away. And she turns, and instead of looking at the painting that she has been holding for you, she turns to another painting. This is one that she's obviously done. You see this painting and it's of Navy Pier. It's Navy Pier with the Ferris wheel, and you see the silhouette of a person. You can't really tell the gender of the person, but in the background is dark, almost like a night sky, but then you see this large lightning strike and it hits the water and these waves come up. Do you remember when I painted this? It was right after you and Nancy announced your engagement.
Yeah, I guess it was.
It was a very difficult time for me back then. Made even more difficult when she wanted me to design her wedding for her. I won't lie, the reason why that there's a painting here is because I was too afraid to jump at the time. But I managed to pick myself back up. And though my marriage is not what it seems, I do have someone who cares for me, even though it may not be in the way that I may want to be cared for. I tried with you, Harold. I truly did. I'm not good at things like that. I was always quiet. I tried to stay out of the way. Mother and father always doted on Nancy, so there was no time for me. There was no time to allow me to shine, I suppose you could say. But I can't deny that the idea does sound fun. Something I've wanted for some time.
Well, I'm saying Nancy, or sorry, Sydney.
Oh, what if you call her Nancy?
No,
that will hurt my feelings.
No. That was Jake. That was not Harold. That was Jake.
Oh,
You guys know I have a propensity to miss
say.
But that was great. That was that was a moment of God.
I've been looking at the both of your names constantly, so I don't call somebody by the wrong name. Anyway, going back into that moment. Just know, Sydney, I'm right here. And I'm not gonna intrude. I'm not gonna force myself in anywhere that I might not be wanted. But should you ever want to open up that door and invite me in, I will gladly accept that invitation. I've never regretted our friendship, only that we drifted apart. The last thing I want to do, Sydney, is damage that. So I will graciously bow, but leave just a tiny sliver of hope on the table. And I lean in very cautiously and give you a kiss on the cheek, which would be a perfect point for somebody to suddenly walk.
I was about to
Yes.
say, because I was, the way that I imagine this is I did imagine the cheek thing happening, and then I just imagine Sydney just turning her head and locking her lips with his.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah,
That's even better. I go for the cheek kiss.
Perfect.
Yeah,
You
the
get that lip
door
kiss.
the door
Yeah.
And then the
opens,
door
and
opens,
you hear
and
these
it's
like two laughing voices. He says, so this is the painting that I'm working on, the broke. Oh, and we like look up at you guys. Do we
we're so sorry.
I was showing your husband the painting. He was interested. I apologize. I don't mean to intrude.
Nothing to worry about. Just wishing my friend a happy new year. And a happy new year to the two of you as well. I'll take care of these, Sydney. And I grab the two glasses, and I'm going to attempt to leave the room. I don't know if anybody's going to stop me, but if nobody stops me, I'll leave the room.
No, I think
I don't.
we wouldn't stop you. Like, I don't think that we would stop you from leaving.
When I do pick
Yeah.
up the glasses, though, my back mostly to Emerson and Gilroy, I do lock my gaze with Sydney and hold it for a moment. And you just see the slight upturn of the corner of my mouth and a smile, a little bit of a wink, and then I'll turn and I will leave you with Gilroy and Emerson.
The Decker contingent here really likes the winks. A lot of winking.
Lots of winking.
Um,
I think Sydney is very flustered, and there's a lot of confusion on her face.
Oh my God.
when
Austin, I cannot fucking
Yeah.
believe you. We
When-
are talking after this scene. I'm sorry. I
When
cannot fucking believe you.
when that's done and Harold is gone, I think there's a moment where Gil looks to you, Sydney, and is like, I'm sorry. I am so sorry if we ruined any of whatever that was for you. It's not our intention.
I'm gonna say it like this because it's physically happening to me right now.
Yeah.
You can see tears welling up in her eyes, and
And I
her
don't-
hand is covering her mouth.
Yeah.
And when she because she's like just kind of staring into the nothingness, and when she finally looks at you, her eyes blink a few times, and you didn't ruin anything, darling. It's okay. It's okay. I am going to freshen up and get back to my party. And she'll kind of lean into you,
Yeah.
Gilroy.
He says nothing and just gives her a hug. Just lets her sit in those emotions and doesn't ask, doesn't say anything, doesn't even question it, just does it for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And then he looks to Emerson. You can trying to find the choice of words. You can show me the painting later, okay?
No.
No.
She starts to push away from you, Gilroy, and she manages to whisper to you, I won't ruin your night too. Enjoy yourself, love. It's okay. It's okay. And she'll pat your chest very gently before she looks at Emerson and she smiles.
He gives the warmest smile he can give in return, which is still like a bit icy, just a little like.
All I ask is that you make him happy. That's all I ask. I won't interfere. Obviously, I haven't yet. And I think that's when she turns and she exits the room.
I imagine like as the camera follows her down the hallway, you just kind of hear like this like muffled audio of like, well, that really killed the mood.
No more happy time.
I guess we'll just look at the painting now. I don't know.
I'm literally going to
to
look at the painting.
Wow.
I would like to just take a moment and say,
God.
Sara, that was awesome.
Sarah,
Thank you for sharing that scene.
Thank you
for sharing that scene. And just so the audience knows, because I always like, and I know Jeremy mentions this too, but I always like to let people know that we have safety tools, and throughout that scene, we're checking in with one another, because dealing with intimacy in games like this is something that everybody at the table should be signed in for.
Yeah.
And we were all on board with that. And that scene felt just amazing. It went just how it had to go.
It was perfect.
It was
for not
was
knowing
just
where it was
electric.
going to go.
It was beautiful.
Chad kept on the side chat. Be like, do I go in now? Should I go in now? I can't.
I didn't know when. Like
there were
so many points that like I wanted to. I was like, yeah, that's great.
A
good point. That's a good point. And
I was waiting for it because
another line would come. And
because it would have been an interruption. It would have been perfect at any time.
There
were perfect spots, but it was like, I don't want to stop someone from weaving a gold tapestry just because
Sara was on a fucking roll.
This line in it. Like it just kept going and being good. Like, no, I'm just gonna hold off. I don't want to stop this train while it's rolling.
Legitimately,
it was beautiful. It was a beautiful scene.
That made me cry.
It was absolutely incredible. The scene with the navy pier painting and the revelation there.
The emotionality of the scene was exactly on point.
It was fantastic.
What was the most beautiful thing about it was that throughout the entire scene, both of your objectives were not the same. The scene that Sydney the attention that Sydney wanted and the attention that Harold was after were diametrically opposed to one another, and I could feel both of them at odds with it. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it felt like magnets that when you're trying to push the same poles together and they're just pushing away, but you want them to connect, and it just wasn't happening.
Yeah, misalignment. Okay, so we established
resolving that one, right?
So Sara,
I was resolving.
Yeah, you were going to resolve that.
Yeah, we established that.
Positive or negative for Sydney?
I believe we're allowed to give input. You just don't have to listen to it.
Yeah,
I know. I'm trying to think.
I say black die for that one.
I do too. That was
a ton of good things happened to Sydney there.
No, because like Sydney admitted like a bad thing, and she's hiding these feelings that she has for Harold now at this point. She knows that Harold knows that something's weird with her marriage. And then in the end, she basically told, Gilroy's lover, all I want you to do is make him happy. I will never interfere with this. I just want him to be happy.
Right.
She has nothing.
Like somebody was saying,
she has literally nothing.
Harold forced you to deal with emotions that if he'd have just left you alone, you could have gone on with what you've been doing and just been starry-eyed. And then the next day, Harold would have been gone. But Harold wanted to not take advantage, but Harold wanted to take the opportunity because he knows he's leaving, and he just churned the water. He just muddied the waters. So you definitely left that situation worse for the wear, I think.
Well, and like Rogue Topiary in the chat pointed out, they said a life of being made second has conditioned her to make herself second.
Oh,
that was whether you did it intentionally or not. I picked up on the fact that you were portraying that in the beginning of the scene, that every time I tried to talk about you brought Nancy back into it.
Right.
You were deflecting because that's what you've done your whole life.
Yep.
And then she immediately defaulted to doing that with Gilroy.
Yep.
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 I did. Yep. Sydney did. She just wants she wants everyone else to, she doesn't know how to be happy herself at this point.
Yeah. Oh my god. It's fucking heartbreaking.
I hope you all feel bad.
Let's all get together and play a fun game of Clue. Let's have a little murder mystery and we'll have some laughs.
And now we're all sad.
You know what?
Murder
We all
mystery
know
and emotional.
Jeremy.
I'm gonna go watch
We all know
Clue
Jeremy
after
set
this just to
up,
cheer
so
myself up.
Emotional devastation was like par for the course.
I mean,
That's what this game should
what
be
people
called.
come here
It'd
for.
rather be evil than tragic.
if you go back to our last session, which was broadcast, we built this house ourselves. So
It is
who are
made
you
of
giving
cards.
that black die to?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I will say it doesn't have. We don't all have to end up with an even number of dice.
It is
You can
true.
give it
Yep.
to whoever. And
Yeah.
I was just double checking, and it specifically says this is nothing to do with the fiction. This is just who you want to mess with.
Exactly.
I think I'm
To
gonna
have
give
a lot of the same.
I honestly think because of the icy smile shit, I'm giving this black die to Emerson.
Ooh.
Damn it! I shouldn't have reminded you.
Brilliant. Okay.
I was so
Somebody
set up
can
to have
have
a
three
good like
things.
a good tilt
Because
interaction.
like Sydney has like I just imagine Sydney has never tried to interfere with the fact that he and Gilroy do things behind closed doors. She's always been supportive of you guys, and you literally just shit on her all the time. And
Yeah, no, I like the idea that like I even buy art from you.
Yeah, you
Like,
buy art from
even
me.
despite like it's like she's really goddamn good, and that's part of why I hate you so much.
God, it's a
It's like-
Banksy. I hate a Banksy.
It's
God,
like
why is it-
as an art dealer, I'm someone who clearly like couldn't hack it myself,
Mhm.
and was like, I have a good eye for it, but I don't have the hands.
Yeah.
And so like I just have like all these layers of hatred towards you as like that are totally unfounded, that are all my own neuroses.
Yep.
And I just gotta say, Harold and Oliver are really bad at finalizing this 15-year deal.
They are.
Because literally everybody seems to know what they're up to.
We're doing a top secret plan and we're going to a party with all of the other people who know about it.
The best
Everybody
secrets
in our
are the
lives.
ones that get found out.
Yes.
Everybody in our lives knows about it, so that way we
So-
have multiple fall guys.
Unless I'm mistaken, Chad has the final scene, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
This will be the
Chad
last
has the
scene
final
of Act
scene.
1, and then we will do the
As
tilt.
you do.
No
Okay.
pressure.
So, Chadley, do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
Oh, Jiminy Christmas. I would love to. Resolve. I think just because my brain does not have the capacity to
Sure.
establish right now.
Yeah, that's totally valid. Absolutely.
Otherwise, I am good. Yeah.
Okay.
you guys like to
So
see.
then,
I
gang.
don't-
what are
Okay, we
thinking?
haven't seen Gilroy and Oliver interact.
We have not.
And I'm like,
Correct.
what reason could
Yeah.
there be? Like, I feel like Gilroy is getting suspicious. Like he's gotta know some shit's up. He's been told some stuff by Emerson.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
But like you're looking out for Sydney. I
Yeah.
don't know, maybe like checking, like talking to Oliver to try to like make sure, like maybe Oliver and Harold to make sure that like Sydney's going to be okay after all of this. 'Cause,
What
like,
if
they're up to
what
something.
if it's I'm meeting with Oliver after this interaction, the one we just saw. I'm meeting with Oliver to check in on like what is Harold's energy, right? Like
what's the vibe?
What's the
What's
vibe?
the vibe?
Harold's energy or what's Harold's malfunction?
I want a vibe check.
We're doing a vibe
Harold.
check on Harold.
Okay, I need a vibe check on Harold because of the fact that, like, listen, regardless, intimacy wise or not, I love this woman, and I do not want her to get hurt.
Yeah, you got to see how genuine
right.
Harold is.
And I gotta check in on Harold through his third party, right? Being like, oh, hey, so you're Oliver. I can go talk to Nancy, and Nancy's going to talk a bunch of shit about Harold. I know that. That's fine. But I got to go to Oliver to get the good scoop, right? To get
What about if a part of this, maybe, sub-level, is Gilroy seeing Harold moving on Sydney, realizes that Harold must understand the nature of their marriage. And might be afraid that Harold is going to out
the marriage.
Gilroy.
Okay, yeah.
Like, because if they get involved, Harold and Sydney, that might throw
he might
Gilroy.
double cross us and throw us under the bus.
So this is Gilroy simultaneously trying to figure out how genuine Harold is being with Sydney and trying to project to Oliver like that he, clearly doesn't want anybody messing with his wife, who he loves and has vigorous heterosexual sex with on the regular.
On the reg. That's why we have no babies.
That's why we have no babies.
None.
Two beds.
Separate.
Two beds.
Two twin
two
beds.
Two bedrooms.
Yes. Clearly. I think that's definitely something that he would want to do. So that sounds great. I think I would leave from the space with Sydney after she leaves the room. And I think there's this awkward moment between Emerson and Gilroy where they're in the room and they're just like, well, what the fuck do we do now? Like, what is this? And then that's when Gil's like, I need to go talk to, you said Oliver, right? You said Oliver?
Yes.
Was his, well, I feel like Emerson would be like, oh yeah, Oliver's the one that I'm supposed to meet with, right? Because you gave Oliver the responsibility of going and actually meeting with the client and whatever. So he would be your contact that you would have wanted to meet with or whatever, right? If I remember correctly.
I'm only aware of Harold.
Okay, you're only aware.
Yeah, I know. Okay. I know Oliver is here and wants me to take out Nancy, and I've told you as much.
Okay.
I may not have told you who it was, just somebody that I knew from my past.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll say that I haven't told you specifically who it is. Yeah.
If you care about him, you don't want him to know that.
Yeah, I don't want you to know too
deniability.
Much that, but I'm telling you that I'm in trouble.
Jeremy just had an oh my god moment.
What you got, Jeremy?
Okay, so if Emerson told Gilroy what Oliver was trying to have him do, like killing Nancy, what if Gilroy is approaching Oliver to recommend that they take out both of the Deckers?
Because of what Harold did to Sydney, presumably?
To protect Sydney. And maybe even also his secret.
We're finally making Gilroy despicable. I like it.
Yeah.
I really like
just
it.
A thought. Just a thought.
There's a part of me that hates this. There's
to let Gilroy finally get wrapped up in it. He's been above it the whole time.
Gilroy has
better than this.
Gilroy has been this polished piece of silver on the shelf, and you just turned it and realized only the front is polished.
Yep.
I'm a bastion of light, y'all motherfuckers. Okay.
You care so much about.
Okay, just a thought. Just a thought. If it doesn't sit well,
say no, Chad.
Yeah,
you can absolutely say no to that, but I wholeheartedly endorse that idea.
I think you know what I think. In the quiet of the room, there's this like planning, and you're the one, Emerson, that convinces him that maybe that's something that needs to be undertaken. I hate it. I hate it. I am fighting with you in this room now. It went from us having a makeout session to us like fighting in this room because I hate this idea. I do not want to do this idea. But I realize that this is the possibly best way to protect us and protect her from whatever despicableness both of them might be doing.
And whether or not he suggests it, Emerson also thinks, plus I'm the one with the contact with Mr. Crimson. I could broker the deal and we could just keep the money. We could start a fully new life with the proceeds from this if Harold was out of the way.
Oh God. Okay. I hate this. You know that, right? I absolutely hate this.
I don't like this either. This is not who I am anymore.
Yeah. Guess what? You're the one who said you were hired to murder a man.
It was a long time ago. That was a different life. There were different reasons. Whatever. But this man here, he knows about it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess I gotta go talk to him then.
I don't think they go very easily on gay assassins in the government, so that might be a good idea.
I don't think that's a yep. I'm pretty sure that's not a thing that would go over well. Okay, well, I'm gonna go talk to whoever Harold was. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to him, see what I can shake up. And he kind of, in the moment of the quiet in that room, when no one's around, he gives you a kiss, like an actual kiss. Right?
Oh.
Like an actual kiss.
In front of this stolen Nazi painting.
In front of this stolen Nazi painting.
Called the Stone Breakers.
No, under no circumstances, and I mean this, Sydney doesn't get hurt, you don't get hurt. That's all I care about. You understand?
I would never want to hurt anyone that would hurt you. By them being hurt. I would want to hurt someone who was going to hurt you. I'm not great with words.
A lot of double negatives.
It's a tense time.
Honey,
I don't want to hurt anyone, really.
Honey, you're pretty. You're pretty. It's okay. You're pretty.
You always know how to shut me up.
I'm gonna go figure this out. And he goes into the party and he's searching for Oliver based off of whatever he can find. I think maybe in fact he might talk to Harold in the process and see, but I feel like the goal was to talk to Oliver about Harold's intentions and figure that out. So yes, he will go to find Oliver and try to talk to him in the party. At some point they arrive, bump into each other.
I imagine on the balcony once again.
Yeah, once again meeting on the balcony as you do. Are you? I'm sorry. Hi. Are you enjoying yourself, sir? It's been a nice night.
Oh, Mr. Garrison, it's a pleasure to meet you, to make your acquaintance. He extends his hand.
I saw you come in. I just didn't get a chance to say.
Oh no! Please, you've had quite an attendance at your party to divert your attentions.
It's a lot of people to mingle with. I seem to remember you talking to Harold. How do you know Harold? If you don't mind me asking.
Captain Decker and I go back to the war. We served together in France.
Well, that's wonderful. Can I ask you something though?
I suppose yes.
You seem to know. Obviously, you said you know Decker well. Um, how how much do you know about Harold?
I think Oliver at this point might kind of make like a somewhat of a subtle kind of eye sweep around the balcony, realizing that this conversation might be taking a turn in a direction that he wasn't really expecting and isn't necessarily willing to speak about out loud. I know Harold quite well. Why might I ask?
Well, I just there have been things that have come to light that I'm concerned about for certain parties involved.
Oh?
And well, I just want to make sure that those certain parties are protected from whatever it is that do you believe that Harold's a trustworthy man, sir? If you know him very well, you would be able to tell me if he was a trustworthy man, I suppose.
I think at this point, Oliver kind of looks past Gilroy back into the party and sees Harold, kind of making his rounds through the room. Well, he's never given me reason to doubt his loyalty, to me at least. But everyone has has secrets, I suppose.
Because I get this feeling. Don't get me wrong. I get this feeling that things between him and his wife are not good. That things might be getting a little rocky. So.
With Ms. Wylde-Decker, yes. I do believe that that I have seen some evidence of their relationship faltering.
And as you know, I am married to her sister. And I just want to make sure that the people that I care about are well protected from whatever fallout that there may be.
You mean Sydney?
Yes, I want to make sure that she's protected from whatever their issues are. I want to make sure that they're protected no matter what. And I just want to make sure that I can be sure that Harold is an honest man, a good man. That he wouldn't try to pull the wool over our family. You understand?
Are you concerned that this is something that he might be doing?
He very graciously kind of, you see him take a moment. He very graciously starts to escort the other guests who are on the balcony space. Folks, please go back inside. Enjoy your night. There'll be a round of champagne that comes around. What time is it? Oh, okay, almost time. There'll be a round of champagne that comes around before the ball drops. And once they're all inside, he then closes the door. And now it is literally just Oliver and him on the balcony. And you see that he locks the door to the balcony and leaves just the two of them out here. Mr. Brighton, is it?
Yes.
Yes. Understand that I care very deeply for the people in my life. I care very deeply for my wife and for everyone who supports me and my life. I care very deeply for those people. And if at any such time things were to happen, information were to spread that would inflict pain, damnation, or persecution to my family, I need to ask you, genuinely, is Harold a good man? Because if he is getting Sydney in trouble, then I have to ask you, sir, I have to ask you, would you be willing to help me if it came down to
it? If I take your meaning, you mean to say that you wish for Harold to no longer be a threat for Sydney?
If he was a threat, then yes, I would like him not to be that.
I see.
Because I love her and I care about her. And when if someone were to lie to the person that I care about, the person that I love, if someone were to harm the people that I love, and I think he steps forward to you just a little bit more, getting a little bit more uncomfortable on the balcony. I'm sorry, I'm not a violent man. I'm not. That's why I come to you and I ask you this. Understand that there is not a thing on this planet that I would not do for the people that I love and care about. So, if you are willing to help me in the thing that I need, if he is not trustworthy, then do not let him leave this party. You understand?
Yes, I think I understand you perfectly well. I think perhaps, Mr. Garrison, I think perhaps we should have a word with your friend, Mr. Caldwell.
He unlocks the door and they both walk back in.
And scene.
Damn. Damn. Oh my god.
Fuck!
Bitch. I thought you were shoving him off the fucking balcony.
I thought so
There
too.
was a part of me that was thinking that, but this is the first interaction he's had with Oliver, so he has he has no inclination that Oliver is the problem. He only knows that Harold is the problem potentially. So he's like
a lover, not a fighter.
Hey, Oliver, please help me. Please help me kill your friend. Please, if something goes bad, I need him dead. Thanks.
And it plays right into Oliver's like fuckery that's going on behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Because if Harold gets taken out of the picture, then Nancy, then he doesn't have to split.
Yeah, exactly.
25%.
Split
jack
shit.
And just when Nancy and Harold thought they were going to be rid of each other, they're going to end up spending eternity in hell together.
And nobody knew other than Sydney that we were on the outs, so we'll probably be buried like on the same plot.
Yep.
Oh wow.
We'll be married as if we were still, or buried as if we were still married.
Yeah,
That's what we call stacking the deck.
So
Okay.
it's Chad's
Stacking the
resolution.
Deckers.
So it
Yeah,
is Chad's
yeah.
resolution.
Yeah.
Positive or negative, Chad?
Do you think that went well for your character? Like, that's a real
Nah.
stacked question. Like, it's a loaded question because
Yeah.
you kind of won the interaction, but in a way that sold your soul.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm selling my soul to the devil, basically. To
You're doing something horrifically wrong and kind of out of character for your character, but also you did it really well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it
Did.
comes down to, did he get what he wanted? Did he
Yeah.
get what he wanted?
Yeah, I would
That's the
agree.
white dice versus black
Yeah.
dice, I think. So what do you think?
well, they're both not dead yet, so technically no.
Correct.
But
Not wrong.
also, his intention is not to kill them. I don't think he wants Nancy dead. I don't think he wants Harold dead. But if they do something that puts Sydney in danger or puts Emerson in danger, then yes, immediately flip the script. We're changing my mode. So I don't
Yeah.
know. I feel like he got what he wanted because, as opposed to being like, no, sir, I'm sorry, I can't help you. At least Oliver was receptive to it and not like,
Mhm.
oh, I'm sorry, I'm not a killer, I can't do that. I was hoping that he would say that and be like, no, sir, I'm sorry, I'm not a killer. I'm not a killer, I can't do that for you. Please put my stapler back.
You really entered the game being played here among
Yeah,
you
the
did.
Yeah.
monsters with a bang.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
fair.
Yes.
It's fair to call that a win.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So we're calling that a white die. Where are you dropping it, Chad?
You know what? Because I'd like. Ooh, you know what?
Give it
'Cause
to me.
I know what double. No, you know what? I love you.
3 white dice.
I love you.
I love you.
No.
Yeah, no. It says high of one color is a good thing.
High
it would
of
be a
one
good
color.
thing for me to have another white die.
You know what? It is true. However, I believe I will give this other white die to Jake because now I am headhunting Harold.
Yes.
So,
Very
Yes.
nice.
this other white die goes to Jake.
Perfect.
I
Because
don't
I
like
don't
it, but
know.
it's fair.
I don't know his intentions, right? All I saw was the interaction. I don't know what the intentions are. But if
Yeah.
the intentions are to hurt her. Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
Okay.
Amazing.
So
Ironically, that's all Harold wanted.
Well done. Well done.
Nice.
okay, so now we're going to do the tilt real quick before we call it a night. So the way that that's going to work is everybody takes the dice that are represented on the screen that you earned. So Cari will have 2 black dice, Sara will have 1 of each, Chad will have 1 of each, Austin will have 2 white and a black, I will have 2 black, Jake will have 2 white. And you're going to roll those and total them separately. So total your white dice and your black dice separately. Okay. And then when you have them separate, you're going to subtract the lowest amount from the highest amount.
Easy.
So all I had was black dice, so my total is a black 8. Is what I just ended up with. I had a 6 and a 2.
Wow.
So Jake, what did you have?
2 whites, a 3 and a 2, so my total is white 5.
Okay, black 8 for me. Jake got a white 5.
Yep.
Cari, what did you get?
Got a black 3.
Black 3. Okay, Sara, how about you?
With the 1 of each.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it minus or plus whatever when you do the black and white die? I don't know how.
So you roll both of them, and then
Yes.
whichever is the highest, you
So-
subtract the lowest amount from that and give me the difference.
But I think you
It
only
would
have
be-
a white.
You only have 1 white.
I only have 1
Oh,
white.
it's only one
Yeah,
white.
you
Okay,
just
so then
roll
yeah,
one
it's just
white
minus
and
0.
white, whatever that number
So
is.
A 5.
White 5.
Wow.
Okay.
White 5.
White
I
5.
Gonna go.
And
This
then
is gonna
I have
end well for
exact
Sydney.
0. I have exact 0. No white, no black, because I had 1 white and
Okay.
1 black, and they were both 4s. So
Ooh.
exact 0.
0. Okay. And then Austin.
So I had 2 white dice and 1 black die. I rolled snake eyes on the white dice and 3 on the black die. So I have
Welcome
black
to the-
1.
Well,
Black.
welcome
1.
to the party.
With this
Okay.
dice spread, I have black 1.
That's
That is
crazy.
ridiculous. I
Okay.
should have done so much better.
So we need to. I think Jake and Sara need to re-roll. I think is what to do for ties, because both of you had white 5. So I think you have to re-roll. I think that's the way that they handle that in the rules.
I now have a white 8.
I got
8.
another 5.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. So what that means is that the 2 highest, so myself and Jake, are then going to each choose a tilt element, and then we get to choose the element. So we each choose a category, and then we choose each other's element. So
Ooh.
the tilt table is at the bottom of the Google Doc. If you don't have it open, it's not a massive deal. So the categories are mayhem, tragedy, innocence, guilt, paranoia, or failure. I'm going to choose tragedy.
I love tragedy.
Samesies.
So Jake, you can choose tragedy as well, or you can choose mayhem, innocence, guilt, paranoia, or failure.
Given the way things have been playing out, I'm going to go with guilt.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. And then you're going to look under tragedy and choose one of the 6 from there, and I'll look under guilt and choose one of the 6 from there. So under tragedy, there's death out of the blue, somebody's life is changed forever in a bad way, pain followed by confusion, death right on time, confusion followed by pain, or death after an unpleasant struggle.
I don't know why, but I'm locked in on death after an unpleasant struggle.
Death after
I
an
know
unpleasant
why.
struggle.
You know why?
Okay, and then I need to look at guilt. Okay, a visit from the perhaps unofficial authorities, betrayed by friends, somebody develops a conscience, greed leads to killing, someone panics, or a showdown. I think I'm going to have to go with greed leads to killing. I mean, we're halfway there already. So
I was just gonna say it lends itself.
Yeah.
Greed leads to killing.
Wow, there's one on here that says an art deal goes wrong, resulting in all of the people
Yep.
around this person dying. I'll be damned. I'll take that one.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Jake.
I was just going to say, I just had this sudden vision of Sydney and Gilroy being the only 2 that make it out of this.
Right.
Or Kaiser Soze is we're gonna see Kaiser Soze getting on the plane. Just throwing my predictions out there.
I'm picturing that like Hannibal Lecter walk away from the camera as
Oh,
he's
fuck yes.
last boy energy.
This was incredible. Like
Wow.
again,
It was.
I love
Yeah.
this game. It has such potential baked into it. And again, whenever Austin mentioned playing it with this group after we played Zoo Mafia, I was like, yeah, this group has the right outlook, the right mentality of player style, and the chemistry. So I'm really happy that we did this. And
I don't know if I can take
cannot
credit
wait.
for that. but
I thought it was
I'm
you.
super
Maybe
glad
I'm
we
wrong.
did it. I feel like I don't know. I have no idea.
I
Maybe it
remember
was
either
Chad.
suggesting it or wholeheartely agreeing that we should.
I
like,
definitely
I-
would have wholeheartedly agreed if
I
somebody
wholeheartedly
suggested
agreed.
it.
So
This is a blast. By
I'm
the
gonna
way. This
say
is so
that
fun.
there was a point early on where I almost bowed out because I was very busy with a lot of things going on in the leading up through the month of August. And I almost bowed out of this one, and I am so glad I didn't.
I'm glad you didn't.
I'm
too,
glad
I'm so glad you're
did.
here for this, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would have
this
understood
has-
it with all your fucking famos that you're hosting later.
Yeah, right.
I saw that announcement and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
You want
I
to
was
make it even
literally
more
listening-
unbelievable?
Real.
I was literally listening to a podcast with Tawny Newsome and Jack Quaid today.
You want to make it even more unbelievable? Todd Stashwick went to the Pavlov Foundation and
this is
specifically requested me to be the producer of this event because I'm friends with Todd. I've known Todd for about 3 years now through charity stuff, and I played games with him and talked with him
Kind
and
of a big
stuff,
deal.
and
That's
he
nuts.
Yeah.
specifically requested me, and this has turned into an incredible. And it's not just me. I want to be clear. Dwight is a big part of this. Dwight is the other half of Mini Terrain
Oh
Domain.
yeah.
Dwight is our project manager and is helping to keep us all on target. So as much credit goes to that. But anyway, enough about me.
Sorry to fanboy for a minute, but like
No.
I'm just blown away by what you've created over there.
Yeah,
it's
Yeah.
just shocking.
Here.
It's
You and me both.
It's so cool. It's
There was-
so fucking cool.
I'll
and
just
I'm
say there was
blown
a
away every
a
I see
time
it.
a couple weeks ago that Todd messaged me and said, "Hey, here's my phone number. It's easier if we text." And every time I'm just sitting here smiling, going, "I'm texting with Todd Stashwick, Captain Liam Shaw from Picard. What is my
He
life?"
had dinner with fucking LeVar the other night.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway,
Never meet him. Just get a picture.
Yeah, right.
Can't disappoint a picture.
anyway, I'm glad I didn't let that get in the way, and that I did stick around to play through this. And I also
Yes.
wanted to say we started this game at 8:30. It's 12:44.
Oh wow.
Right, Cari? I
Yeah.
did not pay attention to the clock
I didn't feel it
Until-
either. I didn't feel it either.
about 20 minutes ago. I realized I was
Oh, man.
I was yawning, and I'm like, because I knew
Yeah.
We
going
usually
in,
have
this
better
is
stamina than this.
I knew going in, this is a Jeremy game that it's going to go
Yep.
a little long. Well, plus this group, I knew we were just going to
Yeah.
go longer. But the
I
fact
love
that it wasn't one of those where I was constantly watching the clock, going, okay, are we going to wrap soon? This was something I was so invested in every scene, because it's such a. I love the way that Fiasco works with the initial setup, and then that it's sort of moving around, and there's that interchange between setup and resolution and deciding who's going to be in the scenes, and then we act them out, we talk briefly about them, and we move on to the next scene. And it's genuine story building that the mechanics stay out of the way until the in-betweens
Yes.
where the mechanics are necessary. It's a game that is a combination of the rule set, all of us involved, and Jeremy sort of as organizing. I don't know if there's a game master term for this, but as sort of the facilitator, but the story and the rules stay out of each other's way and complement each other really well in this system.
Yes.
Very much so. And again, like, there's so much of the heavy lifting that's done up front. Taking your time with the setup, it seems really overkill and kind of agonizing to some degree. But if you spend the time there, then it's not quite like the scenes build themselves, but they almost do. It's like, oh, I know what needs to happen next, I think. Everything just feels right, and it kind of falls into place.
All these cards are our scene directions, even though it's improv,
exactly.
We have these sort of suggestions from the audience, if you will, that are, here's what you need to keep in mind when you build the scene. And our story evolved. You go back and watch that setup, and you'll see where our story evolved as we went over the various options and played off of each other. And then somebody would go, oh, what if we do this?
I think that there's
And now we're
something to
getting
like
see it play out.
like even just like the depth to which we did this particular Fiasco game, like that session 0, the depth to which we went in, because like I know in other ones I've played, I've been much readier to like, I'll resolve and let you guys figure out what the fuck's going on right now. But in this one, I was immediately like, okay, I have an immediate idea of what I want the first scene like to be for my character.
Right.
Like I know that it's got to like set up our whole dynamic, like because we've figured out what that dynamic is. Now we just need to like cement it by like portraying it.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think it's just been a really fun way to play this game. And I kind of like splitting it up like this so that we can really like dive into each section and not feel rushed. And just be like, okay, we've got enough time to do our 2 scenes per person and like really inhabit them.
If you do a full Fiasco game sometimes and try to rush it, like it feels like you're having to put a timer on every scene and every piece. So that means like your emotions get shut off in a like, all right, guys, click and you're done and move to the next person.
There's like, a lot more like wanting to like just real quick, like let's just describe what this scene is because we took way too long on the last 3.
Right.
This one's this. Okay, we got it. That's the conflict. It didn't go well for me.
All I'm saying is
an umbrella and some sand. Done.
If the 6 of us are sitting in person at a table to sit down and play this game, it's an 8-hour game.
Okay. Yeah, without a doubt.
At least.
Yeah.
For sure.
That's why that game in the first game that we played took so long to get through. It was.
I have part of it recorded.
It's crazy.
It took 6.5 hours.
You guys went outside in the backyard to start playing that. We played an improv dread game and then split up and played a bunch of board games and did a whole bunch of other stuff. And it was people were starting to leave and say goodbye. And I came out to say goodbye to all of you because I was leaving the next day. And I come around to a table full of people that are somber because they're doing their final closing scenes.
We're all crying out there, just high. Oh god, it was great.
So I waited like another 20 minutes because of the intensity of what was happening at that table. It was incredible.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and this was amazing. I'm so happy that all of you agreed to be a part of this, and again, just brought your A games.
This game is gonna have me riding emotions for a week, bro.
Yeah, I am so thrilled to get to the second half of this at some point and find out how this resolves, because I still have no clue how it's gonna all play out.
I think the second half is gonna be wild.
Second half
wild. I think so too.
As the dead woman.
Yeah, like that.
Dead woman walking.
No, it's not gonna be Nancy who dies. It's gonna be Sydney who dies.
It's gonna
be so much more fun.
I just had a sudden horrible thought of Sydney getting caught in the middle and somebody accidentally killing Sydney.
That was my thought.
Sydney and Gilroy are the two that are the most in danger by just nature of this genre.
It's true.
The innocents who randomly get caught up in all of this.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Our families are fuckers. I'm so sorry. I can't believe that all of this is happening. Let's run away. Let's run away. Escape all of it. No. We have to stay for them.
For them, my love.
Okay. Let's. Well, I'll send out a message. We'll try to schedule the second one, probably next month. I would imagine at this point. It's going to be a painful wait, but it'll be worth it once we actually get to sit down and play again. Okay. Thank all of you so very, very much again for being just wonderful people and fantastic players that I can rely so heavily on for such incredible content. It is a huge, huge boon to me and this channel, so thank you. For anybody who tuned in this evening, thank you so much for watching along with us, whether you're watching this evening or whether you may be watching in the future. It's incredible to know that there are people out there that find this shit entertaining. It's amazing. So thank you. Do all the things that YouTube likes, hit the like button, share it, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. I think we're going to go ahead and call it a night. I'll go ahead and end it the same way that I end it every single time, and that is to say that kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be nice to people, and the world's kind of a shitty place lately, so we need a lot more positivity out there. And if it doesn't cost you absolutely anything to be nice to someone, and it could make the difference in somebody's day, why the fuck not? Be nice. All right. We're going to go ahead and get out of here. I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. Until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.